Thank you for joining us. Notice is hereby given of the regular meeting of the Board of Education of the Town of Westfield in the County of Union, New Jersey, at 6 p.m. on the evening of Tuesday, October 5th, 2021, in Cafeteria B of Westfield High School, 550 Dorian Road, Westfield, New Jersey. Please be advised all attendees must wear masks. The purpose of the meeting is to transact the regular business of the board and to transact any other business to come properly before the board. This is to advise the general public and to instruct that it be recorded in the minutes that in compliance with Chapter 231 of the Public Laws of 1975, entitled the Open Public Meetings Act, the Westfield School Board on Thursday, September 30th, 2021, caused to be posted at the office of the Board of Education located at 302 Elm Street, Westfield, New Jersey, and delivered to the Westfield Leader, the Star Ledger, the Westfield Library, Town Clerk of Westfield, Tap Into Westfield, and Patch.com, a meeting notice setting forth the time, date, and location of this meeting. Dana, could we have a roll call, please?
Zahar Aziz. Mike Beelan. Here. Brendan Galligan. Here. Rob Garrison. Here. Layla Morelli.
Here.
Gretchen Olig.
Here.
Tara Porto. Sonal Patel.
Here.
Amy Root.
Here.
And Brendan, would you lead us in a flag salute, please?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Sorry, having a little issue with my chair and the cord here. Thank you for joining us a little early this evening. We have with us our field representative from the New Jersey School Boards Association, Gwen Thornton, who is going to take us through a presentation in a workshop forum for board members on roles and responsibilities, which is really important. And we thought it would be helpful to invite the public to join us for this and to record this as part of our meeting, just to help the public understand what it is that we as board members do and what it is as board members that we don't do. So, Gwen?
Thank you. Microphone's live. You can hear me. It's a pleasure to be here this evening. It is so nice to see you all in person. It has been such a long time since I have seen any of you in person, and I'm delighted to be here. So I know that for a lot of you, this may seem pretty elemental, but at the same time, I think it's a good reminder as we move forward, now that you have your new team in place, to talk about board member roles and responsibilities. So we're going to talk about that this evening, and understanding your role and understanding the role of your superintendent and your other educational leaders within the school district. The board's viewpoint and the role of the board is really that from looking out over the balcony. You are not down on the dance floor. You provide oversight, you develop policy, but you don't govern the day-to-day operations of the school district. Some people say it's like the telescope view versus the microscope, but I really prefer, because it's so much more romantic, to think of it as the balcony at a lovely dance or at a wedding. And so that's really has to be your perspective. Rather than being down there day-to-day, dancing away, you're watching from above, okay? You have 4 fundamental responsibilities. The most important of that is to provide guidance to your entire district through the development of policy. Policy is a roadmap for your staff, your students, your parents, and your community members, and having up-to-date current policies that reflect your current practices is absolutely essential. Providing for a program of quality instruction. Absolutely, that is how you're going to be able to advance student achievement and meet the academic and social, emotional, and mental health needs of your students, is through having that effective program in place. You're responsible for providing for the effective management, that is the day-to-day operation of the district, by employing and evaluating your chief school administrator, your superintendent. That's your appraisal function. The Board of Education employs one person, the superintendent. You hold the superintendent accountable for the performance of all other staff, and you as a board hold the superintendent accountable for that. You evaluate the superintendent, and the superintendent is then responsible for all other staff members. You provide for effective two-way communication between the community and the board. That is a really important piece. We have seen that particularly throughout this period where schools have been both remote and in person and in hybrid, how important that communication function is. So we're going to talk just a little bit about some of those pieces. A board, really, sometimes I ask board members, who do you represent? And oftentimes, board members will say to me, I represent the community. Well, you do. It's your obligation to listen to all your citizens and explain the needs of the school system as a whole, but you really are state officials. You are elected by your community to represent the best interests of all children in Westfield, but you are state officials, and as such, you are bound by all of the laws, rules, regulations, and executive orders of the state of New Jersey, as well as all federal laws as they apply to education for your school district. That means that even if you may have a personal disagreement with a particular aspect of something that is taking place, if it is required by statute or law, but either federal, state, then you are bound to abide by those pieces. And that's something that I think is important, that a large number of community members may not be aware that that is your obligation. There is no choice in that. So, you know, the state board adopts the New Jersey Student Learning Standards. That has to become part of your mandated curriculum that you offer within your school district. That is an obligation that you have as a board member. So every policy and every action that you undertake should be based on what's best for all students in your school district. Not one particular segment of your student body, not from one school or another, but for all students. So it's really, again, looking out from that balcony, looking down, and seeing the big picture, the entire schools system as a whole, and looking at it from a systemic standpoint. You know, it's very interesting because if you look out the window in your house, and I do sometimes, I can only see one view of the house across the street from me. I can't see what's going on behind it. I can't see what's going on alongside of it. I only can see one perspective. But the board is charged with seeing the entire perspective of your school district. And you have to have enough information to be able to make good decisions in that regard. And that's important to consider as you're thinking about how you may feel about something, is that you have to look at it from that broader perspective, not just from that one view of what you see out your window today, because it will look differently tonight and it will look differently tomorrow because we get different perspectives. So just very broadly, the board is really responsible for the end results, what you want to see happen, for developing a shared vision, specific district goals that you collaboratively set with input from your educational leaders, for the development of policy. And then, you know, that's your focus. You are the what folks. The how is really the responsibility of your administration, beginning with your superintendent, who will take those goals, develop objectives, procedures for the policies, action plans to implement the goals, and regulations to ensure that the policies you develop are implemented with fidelity to the intent of those policies, and will provide you with feedback as to how the policies are being implemented and if there needs to be any change to those. Okay? So it is all really based on trust and communication between your administration and the Board of Education, which is why it's so important to have those discussions at the board table, to share information so that you can make good decisions as a board. So you are policymakers, providing your CSA, your superintendent, with direction and a basis for decision making for every member of the staff and administration. You are visionaries and goal setters, looking at that big picture. What do we need to accomplish? What needs to be implemented? What changes perhaps need to be made to ensure you're offering the highest quality instructional program, the broadest base of co-curricular opportunities for all of your students as you move forward. And then holding yourselves accountable for ensuring that the decisions you make are good ones. You're also charged with being effective communicators with your community, providing for information that goes out to the community, but also two-way communication and listening to your community and appreciating and understanding various perspectives so that you are reflective of the vision your community holds for their children. You're really responsible for taking the aspirations of the community for their children and turning it into reality through the development of goals that will move the district forward toward the achievement of those goals. So your superintendent's role, keep in mind, by statute, your superintendent is a member of the Board of Education, which is something that doesn't get talked about all that often, but your superintendent is a member of the Board of Education, albeit without a vote. But he has a critical role, or she has a critical role to play. They are the consultant providing background information, alternatives, and recommendations to the Board of Education. They are the staff's liaison to the board. Again, you have one employee. Staff needs to work through the superintendent to have their concerns, their questions, whatever perhaps concerns that they may have, they run through the superintendent to be addressed. Okay? Your superintendent will provide briefings on things that require board action, and you depend on your superintendent, along with your business administrator and other administrators in the district, to help develop that agenda, to make sure that you stay on task with all of your statutorily required processes and procedures, whether it's approval of the budget, submission of CUSAC, which is the New Jersey Quality Single Accountability Continuum. That's for your audience, because we talk in acronyms all the time and forget the public doesn't know what we're talking about. And then keeping the board briefed on district operations so that you are aware of what's going on in the district. Again, it's about communication so that you're aware and not caught unawares when you're out in the community of things that may be bubbling up within the school district that you need to know about. Your superintendent will also evaluate and assess policy and its implementation, such that if there's a policy that's been developed that's not working in the way that the board intended, that those changes can then be made to those policies. He's your educational leader and remains active in professional associations and organizations to be able to provide you with the most up-to-date current thinking in the educational community about curriculum and instruction, about all aspects of education and children's developmental processes, whether they're pre-K or seniors in high school. They are familiar with all the current ideas, which is helpful to you and brings all those worthwhile ideas to the attention of the board and the community, so that if there are changes that need to be made, there's a rationale for those, and you have that information at your fingertips. Okay? So in looking at it, you can think of the superintendent as the implementer-in-chief of the district. The board trusts your superintendent, respects his professional expertise and training, that he is giving you good advice and affirmative direction for moving the district forward, and that you have confidence in his or her ability to administer the day-to-day operations of the district. The superintendent, conversely, is responsible for providing loyalty to the board and the very best advice that he or she can provide, providing competent management of the school district, and sees that the board's policies are implemented with fidelity, that they reflect the intent of the Board of Education. Okay? And in order to be most effective, the board needs to stay in its lane and remember that as a governing body and community representative that is not responsible for the day-to-day operation, and that your superintendent is your chief administrative officer and educational leader. But working together as a collaborative unit, you can make real progress in moving student achievement forward. One of the ways that you make it work is by understanding the chain of command and not breaking the chain of command. And what do we mean by that? What we mean by that is that as board members, your responsibility when the community approaches you and has an issue is that you guide them to the appropriate personnel within the school district and start with that individual who's going to be closest to where the issue or the concern emanates from. So if a parent comes to you with a concern about something that happened perhaps in a classroom, the appropriate response to that adult or parent should be, have you spoken to the child's teacher? And if you haven't successfully resolved it and you've already done that, then you would next speak to the principal. And if you're still not satisfied with the resolution there, and it's a curriculum or a school-based issue around instruction, you would see the assistant superintendent in charge of curriculum and instruction. If it was a facilities issue, you might direct them to your manager of facilities or your business administrator. But you direct the person to start at the place closest to where the problem emanates. Board members as well need to observe that chain of command if you are a board member and a parent. You don't hop, skip, and jump over levels because you're a Board of Education member. You need to observe that chain of command. You need to let parents know that you hear them, you understand their concern. You may even be empathetic with their situation, but the best way to assist them is to provide them with access and the information to get access to the system they may not know how to access, to look for a solution. You can't solve their problems. That's not your role. Remember, you are the what people. You're not the how. So you want to guide them to the appropriate people that have the ability perhaps to resolve their concern or their problem. So as board members, you abide by that chain of command as well if you have children in the schools, because it's critically important. And the board should really be the court of last resort. Oftentimes, parents will say to me, well, why can't you solve this problem for me? You need to let them know that if you were to involve yourself way back when at the beginning of an issue and it were to come to the board, you would have to recuse yourself and would not be able to participate because it would be a conflict for you as a board member to have put yourself in that position, okay? And it's also supportive of the district to guide people in the right manner so that they can get hopefully speedy resolution to their concern or to their issue. And if it goes to you, there's nothing you can really do, and the parent or the community member is going to be very frustrated by your inability to do something. So providing access is really important. So staying in your lane also remembers that you have no legal authority except when you are sitting, as you are tonight, at a duly advertised meeting of the board at which a quorum is present. So that's an important piece. Sometimes community members believe that board members have authority outside of an organized, advertised meeting of the Board of Education. And quite simply, once you adjourn, you have no more power or authority than I would have wandering around the streets of Westfield or any other member of the Westfield community. Also, individual board members cannot direct the superintendent, make decisions on behalf of the board, take actions for the board, or speak on behalf of the board. So very often, board members will reach out to the superintendent with a request for something that they think is of critical importance. Those issues, because you reach out, do not immediately cause your superintendent to act. Only a full majority of the board can determine and direct the superintendent to act. So if you have a concern or an issue you want addressed, and you operate through a system of committees, which you do, you need to reach out to your board president. You need to raise the issue, have it put on a committee agenda that's appropriate to the concern. The committee will address it. If the committee makes a recommendation, it will move forward. The whole board will discuss it. And if the board supports it, then the superintendent will act. Because every request that you make of your superintendent takes the focus off the goals and moving the district forward. Because if superintendents spent all of their time answering the inquiries of board members who each may have different concerns, nothing would happen in the district. So that's a really important piece, okay? In terms of speaking for the board, you have policy, I'm sure, that says that the board president is the spokesperson for the board on behalf of the board after consultation with the board. That doesn't authorize the board president to go off and say anything he or she would like to the public. It has to have the consent of the board, consensus around those statements, and that your superintendent is the spokesperson for the district. And those are important pieces to keep in mind. So actually, one of the most essential board skills is being able to count to 5 on a 9-member board, which you are. If you're, I have some boards that are 7, so it's counting to 4. It's a majority. So if you want to enact change and you want to see something done, you need to talk with your colleagues and convince them of the wisdom of whatever it is that you are proposing that you think needs to be addressed or looked at. Okay? The real power of a board is beyond counting to 5. I say that half in jest. It's about finding common ground on behalf of the whole community. So you don't, as a majority, ever want to run roughshod over a minority perspective on a board, because one time you may be in the majority and the next issue you may be in the minority. And so treating each other with respect, listening to all perspectives of board members and your community is critically important to your success. And I don't think that I can stress that enough. Civility is in real short supply these days, and I think that kind of respect for each other and for your community, while at times I know it may be a little challenging, but it's absolutely critical. We want to mirror, as publicly elected officials in education, the kind of behavior we wish to see from our children. And I think sometimes we all can forget that in the heat of a moment, but I think that that's something that we all need to think about as Board of Education members. Some of you may have seen Dr. Feinsad's column on civility and the lack of it, but I think it was sort of a missed opportunity, although because I think boards need to be reminded as well, not just the community, about the need for decorum and civility at the board table, as well as the community. It's a two-way street, so I think that that's an important piece. You are also required as a publicly elected school board member to abide by the Code of Ethics. This was actually created by New Jersey school boards. We've been in existence for more than 100 years. This goes back a very long time. It came out of a delegate assembly, and it was at one point a best practice, and then it was enacted by the legislature. You are the largest group of unpaid public officials in the state of New Jersey that have to abide by a code of ethics. And I say this with all due respect. I am waiting for our legislative brethren down the street from our headquarters in Trenton to have a code of ethics that they have to live by. They don't. And so it always was something that I was rather proud of in being a board member for a very long time, is that we voluntarily agreed to this and then it became statutorily required. This is truly the minimum level of expected behavior for Board of Education members. If you're not familiar with it, you should be familiar with it. You're required by CUSAC, again, New Jersey Quality Single Accountability Continuum, to have annual ethics training and to have a board discussion around that. So what I would encourage you after reorganization in January to make sure that that's something that gets onto your agenda. I know it's something you have regularly done year after year, but I'm always honor bound to say the same thing to all my boards, which is please don't forget to do it. Okay? Yes, Brendan.
Is New Jersey still the only state with a mandatory code of ethics for board members?
To my knowledge, you shut off my microphone. No. Yes, to my knowledge at this point, that's true. Different states have different rules and regulations. So I know that they have voluntary ones, but I don't know that they have anything that's in statute. We tend to lead the country in a lot of ways, honestly, in education. In terms of communicating with your community, again, you are representatives of your local community charged with translating those aspirations of your community into reality for their children. You know, what do kids need to know and should be able to do by the time they leave Westfield, this building that we're in, Westfield excuse me, high school as seniors, so that they're prepared for the 21st century. We know now, we really don't know what that's going to look like. We've known that for a while, but that's really sort of hit us smack in the face this past year, is that things can change in a heartbeat. So we need to be constantly aware of that, and thinking forward. And what that's going to look like. And you are really ambassadors to the community and should be able to celebrate the good things that take place in the district, which is not to say that you're not aware of the challenges, perhaps, sometimes in some of the problems the school districts face, but you can also be ready and able to celebrate those successes too. And that's important. Okay? You are responsible to listening to all citizens and explaining to those with a special point of view the needs of the school system as a whole. Oftentimes, when parents come before the board, they have a specific issue that's identified that is around their child or a specific interest group, whether it's an athletic group, whether it's an artistic group, but they have a particular group of students. And sometimes, you know, we really would like to be able to do everything the community would like us to do and fund everything. And sometimes we can't do that because you have to look at the totality of the district in its, you know, in its entirety. And so while you can feel for that, you can't necessarily always respond in the affirmative, although we wish we could all the time. And so you can't just look at the needs of one group. Again, it's that holistic picture, that big, broad view from over top, thinking about the entire system as a whole, okay? Social media guidance, I think that this is an important piece. And while you may have used and been on social media a lot when you were campaigning for a board seat, once you're a board member, you are accountable to guidance that comes from the School Ethics Commission, and you should just be aware of that. Its campaigning is dramatically different than governing. And when you become a member of the Board of Education and you are sworn in, there are all kinds of guidelines that do, in some ways, limit your ability to use social media in a way that you may have used it while you were campaigning. So you must always, if you're going to go on social media and post, indicate that you yourself are a board member. I like to think of it as a big B on your forehead, sort of akin to the scarlet A. But you're always a board member. Even though you're not sitting here and you have no authority, your community knows you're a board member. So if you're going to post, you need to put up a disclaimer that you are a board member, that you are not speaking on behalf of the board, that this is your personal opinion, and you need to posit it as such. You need to be very careful. There's a really recent school ethics advisory decision that was issued. A board member put those disclaimer on a post, but continued in his post to discuss board business, so much so that the SEC, the School Ethics Commission, said that the post belies your putting all that other piece out, that you're speaking on your own behalf, and found him responsible for having violated the Code of Ethics. If you're ever in the doubt about it, err on the side of caution. You will keep yourselves and your district out of the fray by using that. And so I would just be very careful. Make sure that you never use your school account, meaning your school address, to post on social media. You must use your private email account or however you have an account with whatever media site, social media that you use. And avoid posting content that indicates you've arrived at a decision before an issue even reaches the board table, because that sends the wrong message as well. So just keep that in mind. The SEC, has reached out to New Jersey School Boards Association with the concern that they are spending so much time adjudicating complaints around social media. It is the leading cause of ethics complaints at this point in time against Board of Education members. And for a very long time, and I've been doing this a very long time, it was the violation of confidentiality that seemed to cause a lot of issues and suck up a lot of their time. But in the last 2 years, they are spending the majority of their time adjudicating ethics complaints in the area of social media. So, if you can avoid it, I'm sure your district has a Facebook page and a Twitter account, and all of that is fine because that comes from the district. I'm talking about you personally as individuals doing this, okay? And also make sure when you issue that disclaimer that you're not speaking as a board member, that's your personal opinion. Do not give out any incorrect information that is not factually accurate, and do not, I just lost my train of thought. It's the last piece to it when I've known it for 100 years. You need to not disclose anything that's confidential, okay? So certainly you do not want to name any staff. You also want to avoid closed Facebook groups, because with any kind of social media closed groups, not just Facebook, and they've been in the news all day today, and were down yesterday, but closed groups on the internet could impossibly violate the Open Public Meetings Law if there were a majority of board members that belonged, and there's no way for you to know who belongs to a closed group of community members. So please make sure that you avoid it, not because you can't have those people as your friends or talk to them, but in terms of going on social media, you put yourself at risk because you can't identify who belongs to that group. And you may think you know, but oftentimes you may not know, and you don't want to find yourself in that position, okay? So again, providing access to your public is critically important, following the chain of command. And again, if an issue rises to the board after the failure of an administrative solution, and that failure of an administrative solution is language written right into the Code of Ethics. It says all complaints must go to your chief school administrator, and the board can only act after the failure of an administrative solution. So if that in fact happens, and some person is not satisfied, and don't mistake sometimes that, when people come and they say, I didn't get a solution, what they're really saying is I didn't get what I wanted, and understand that. But if there is a failure of an administrative solution, please know when it comes before the board, you only each have one vote. Okay? And if you involve yourself early on, you would have to recuse yourself. So please just keep those things in mind. And above all, just remember that you are responsible for all the students in your schools. And we keep saying that over and over and over, but it's critically important because oftentimes, this is the first time I've seen you guys in 19 months. I haven't seen a live student in longer than that. And sometimes it's easy to lose sight of the fact of why you do what you do. I'm not saying that it happens, but sometimes it does. I had a very wise assistant superintendent in my district who used to say to us, you just have to imagine there's a chair sitting there with a student looking at you when you make the decisions you make, so that you make good decisions for kids. And I think the best way to judge how successful a meeting is when you go home, you can say, what good things did we do for kids tonight? And if you can list that you did things, whether it's a line item in your budget, which may not seem related, or a facilities improvement, if it will improve the educational process for kids, you've done something good for kids tonight. It doesn't just have to be funding a field trip, or expanding with a new AP course. It can be almost anything that you do that as a board you make a decision that improves students. But I think that helps board members. What good things did we do tonight that advanced education education for children, and keeping that as something that you keep close to your heart, okay? Especially in these times, of trying to keep students and staff safe and healthy and well. It's important to think about what are the good things we're doing for kids by having them in the schools and keeping this process going, okay? So every policy that you approve, I went the wrong way. Every policy that you approve, every decision that you make, again, as long as it's based on what's good for the education of all students in your district, you are fulfilling your role and your obligation as a Board of Education member. There's not one giant step that's going to do it all. There's a lot of little steps. As Al Pacino used to say in that movie, football is a game of inches. Education, in a lot of ways, is a game of inches. It takes time and energy and effort. There's not one thing that you're going to do that's going to make it perfect, but you continue to work at it little by little by little. Questions that I can answer for you? No? Well, thank you.
To warm up. Question for you regarding, you mentioned about the quorums, and like here, for example, we're meeting in a legal capacity. But if we're at, if the town is potentially holding a public meeting, what are the quorum rules regarding that? And it might be something that we could, let's took both circumstances, one where we're not voting on something, or one something that could, in fact, in the future, we'd be voting on.
If you're attending as citizens, as long as you are not gathering and discussing district business, you may all be in attendance. There are no quorum rules because you are not gathered and you are not for board business. So my recommendation there is if you're attending and you all want to attend a council meeting or a public community meeting of your community, sit apart. Don't gather in the parking lot after the meeting. Don't gather in the parking lot before the meeting. Listen as citizens, because you don't give up your right to go to those meetings because you are a board member. So that does not violate the quorum. It's if you had a meeting of 5 or more members of the board and discuss district business, that would be violative of the Open Public Meetings Law.
Okay, thank you.
And that would hold true if a number of board members ended up at a school sporting event or something like that, right?
Sporting event, but also a wedding, a bar mitzvah, a baptism, anything where you might, more than 4 of you might be present. Again, if it's a social gathering and you do not clump together and you do not discuss board business, you always have to be cognizant, though, of the public's perception of that. So, I've often said to board members when they say, well, we're all going to so-and-so's wedding, daughter's, son's wedding, I say, fine, just don't sit at the same tables, right? Disperse yourselves, have the board member who's doing that disperse you around, because perception's important too, and perception becomes reality. But I wouldn't let that keep me from going to something that festive and fun, or going to something that is important to your community, like a community meeting on a topic that's of importance to you. So,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Gwen, when it comes to social media, we've tried to err as far as we can on the side of caution, and our bylaws actually further restrict beyond what the Code of Ethics and the School Ethics Commission has deemed what we must do. Are there any problems with, just looking at the policy, our bylaw says that board members aren't to respond to anything related to school district business just because.
Again, that might be taking private action that would compromise the board. Keep in mind that individually you have no authority.
Right.
So my recommendation is if somebody reaches out to you and has a concern, that gets forwarded to the board president, who will then forward it on to the superintendent, or aggregate, a whole host of those if they're about one particular topic, and so that your administration is aware of it. But it is never a good idea to respond. If you want to say thank you for your comments and your concerns, I have forwarded to the board president. that's fine.
Yeah, well,
But that's as far as you should go, because to do otherwise is just to risk perhaps sending mixed messages, because you all may have a different take on a particular issue. It may not have been determined how the board is going to move forward in a particular area, and while I might be inclined to respond one way, Sahar might respond a different way. Tara might say something different. So it could be very confusing to your community, and you want to have, you speak with one voice. You know, when the board votes and a decision is reached, then the rest of the board needs to abide by the decision of the majority. That doesn't mean I think you all have to be cheerleaders for it, but you have to support the board. So, you know, if someone comes to you and says, well, you voted no, I know you voted no, you can't possibly be happy about this, you can respond by saying, I said my piece, I wasn't successful, I support the board. That doesn't mean you have to be a cheerleader for every single decision that the board makes, but you are obligated, in terms of effective and good board governance, to support the decisions of the board. And the board should not continue to revisit the same topics over and over and over because you're unhappy that you didn't get your way. The board needs to move forward. Once something is decided, you move forward.
Yep, I mean, you almost quoted the rest of the policy, so.
Thanks so much, Gwen, for your presentation. So related to the issue of parents emailing us, whether, let's say it's individually or as a small group, is it appropriate then to, in addition to forwarding it to the board president and hopefully, I think, to the superintendent, but to also consider that as an item for a committee discussion? Or how does that work in terms of, you have parents that come and, let's say, formally send you an email about some concern, and it's not related to a child, which the proper course, as you stated, proper response is you first need to speak with the teacher and go up the chain of command, but more of a policy issue or a structural issue. At what point, or is it appropriate then to, if you choose as a board member, to say, well, maybe this is something good to talk about in the appropriate committee?
And then I would raise it with both the board president and or perhaps the chair of the committee, depending upon what your process is. So typically, if you think that there's a significant issue that needs to be addressed, you're getting a lot of concern about it, I would take it up with the board president, and again, and or the chair, depending upon what process you have, and then it would be put on the agenda for a particular committee to address it or to look at it. That doesn't mean, you know, do something with it. The committee may say, this is not something we want to handle and here's why, or they may decide to move it forward, depending upon what it is.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
Just a quick clarification about social media. If an official account of the district puts something out on Twitter or Facebook or something like that, that's of note to the community, and we wanted to elevate that, could we do that as individual board members? Like, there's a board meeting next Tuesday, here's when and where? Or should we just kind of let the official channels play out?
I would let the official channels play out. I just think it gets to be a slippery slope.
Okay. Why some things and not everything?
Yes,
Right?
and you know, or if you forget to do it and someone says, oh, you didn't tell me, I didn't know, and I didn't see it, and you always tell me, and again, you know, those items that come out from the school account are obviously authorized, they've been appropriately vetted, you have someone who stays on top of it, although she's not right there, regularly, so I think, you know, you are better served by using your time and focus on other things. Not that I think that you shouldn't respond to the public. Always, I think it's good to be respectful and say, thank you, I forwarded it, you know, and so that they know that they've been heard. But again, I think, you know, deciding what to amplify and what not. Why didn't you tell us about this meeting, but you told us about that meeting? And it just can get really messy. I think consistency is important of process. So if it's through the district, it's done. And I think you're good.
And then it would encourage people to sign up for themselves to get those alerts, hopefully. And then,
And hopefully they will.
right, okay.
So in other words, if I follow the district's Facebook page, which is excellent, and it's a great source of information, and I hope everybody does consider following it. But if you share it for example, a meeting, right? They announce that there's a board meeting at this date, and you share it on your personal Facebook page.
It's on the website, but it's tweeted out, that it's on Facebook. It's generally sent to the town clerks. It's on the bulletin boards in the school buildings typically. The announcement of the board meeting, the agenda to which the extent is known is published. So I don't really...
But do we have the discretion to decide for ourselves? I think I'm going to share this as a means of communicating to the community, whoever, maybe, who knows who's watching whose Facebook page, but to just amplify notice that there's a meeting coming up.
There's nothing wrong with it. I just don't want to see you, be criticized if for some reason you don't notify someone at some point that there's another meeting, right? That's all. So if you have a consistent process within the district, I don't think you have to be obligated as a board member to do that. If you choose to do it, it's not that there's something wrong with doing that, but you have enough on your plate, from my perspective as Board of Education members, to concern yourselves with, that if that's being done well through the district, I just don't think that you have to do it.
But we have the choice to do it.
I think maybe a board meeting's a little, noticing a board meeting's an official process and it follows that channel. But say announcing, I don't know, the upcoming play that doesn't get the same formal notice, or an accomplishment of a student, sort of shout it out. And
well, again,
that's a lot of what the district's Facebook page does.
Well, I think, again, if the board is concerned that the public's not getting sufficient information around the achievements of your students, you need to communicate that to your administration and have the district address that, so that you don't have to be concerned about that. Yes, I think it's wonderful, but what if you recognize one student and another student gets another kind of achievement and you don't know that and you don't amplify that? Then you have parents who have hurt feelings. I'm not trying to limit you as much as I'm trying to protect you from accidentally, inadvertently upsetting someone by not being even-handed and fair, maybe because you don't know that that's occurred, right? Because you can't know possibly everything. So again, if that's something that's important, and I always think that it's important to celebrate student achievements at the board table, to have them come and do presentations or performances so that you get to see what the kids are doing, I think that sends a good message to your community as well as to you, and celebrate the wonderful things that are happening in the district, whether, it's an art display behind the board of artwork, whether it's science boards from science fairs that kids have participated in, or STEAM or STEM competitions. I think all of those are positive things and should be done. I just think the board needs to be careful that you don't accidentally, inadvertently miss somebody because you just didn't know. But that's just personal advice. It's not like I'm saying don't do it, but you can't get mad at me if you get in trouble.
That was the rationale behind our don't respond to things policy, because you can't possibly see everything, and if we respond to 8 things and ignore the 2, it must be because we support the 2.
And that, again, it's not so much the legality as it is the perception. And if you accidentally miss somebody, and let's say you accidentally miss one of your closest friend's children's great success, not only are they going to be offended, they're going to be hurt. So that's the rationale for it. You just don't want to have yourself be subject to criticism unduly when the district is perfectly capable of doing that. And if you think they're not doing enough of it, then it's up to the board, a majority of the board, to say, hey, this needs to be more of a priority. I wouldn't necessarily say that right now, given how fast everybody's dancing, to keep this whole thing going in these unusual circumstances. But I think that that's something, if it's a priority for the board needs to communicate that effectively. Okay? Thank you. As always, it's a pleasure. It is so nice to see you all in person. I hope to see you all soon. I believe next week there may be a county meeting. You can attend it remotely. You can attend it in person. It's at the Westwood and Garwood Union County School Board Association meeting. I'd also want to point out for the candidates that may be here that October 12th, there's a candidates briefing that is being offered remotely through New Jersey School Boards Association. You can go on and sign up. It's free to all candidates. We've reached out to all of the county clerks to get the list of, candidates from every district. But if you haven't shared your email address with the county, then we may not have your email address. So please know that you can attend. We'd love to have you. And then also on December 7th, we offer a program called the 3 R's, Roles, Responsibilities, and Relationships for brand new board members between election and reorganization. It talks a lot about what reorganization meeting looks like so that you don't come to your first meeting perhaps and look like a deer in the headlights and feel overwhelmed. So please, if you can, sign up for those. They're all part of what we offer to new folks. So we'd love to see you at that as well. Michael.
Great. Rob, yeah.
Thank you so much, Gwen. I know this is the first time that we've seen you since our superintendent search, and I want to thank you publicly in person. And for those of the public that didn't partake in our previous meeting dealing with the selection process for Dr. Gonzalez, Gwen was the one that ferreted us through the whole process, held our hands throughout the entire process, and probably did about 80% of the background and other work to get us where we are, and then some beyond that. So Gwen, thank you so much for that.
Thank you, and thank you for thanking me. I love what I do, and I'm always excited when we do a search and the board finds someone as able and capable and exceptional as Dr. Gonzalez. So welcome to you, welcome to the county. We're delighted you're here, and I hope to see some of you either remotely, because you can do either. You can either come to the Westwood or you can go online. I will be at the Westwood, and it'd be nice to see some of familiar faces there as well. Okay, so hoping that you stay safe and healthy. Gretchen, I think you're retiring. Am I correct? Thank you for all of your years of service to the Board of Education and the children of Westfield. On behalf of NJSBA and our staff and officers, we really appreciate your service, and I know that your community and the children have benefited. So. You're welcome. All right. Good to see you all. Tara, I know you're retiring as well. It has been a pleasure. I will miss you. Thank you for your service as well. Okay? You're welcome. All right. Great. Have a good evening and a good meeting. Okay.
Or do we take a break?
It's up to you. You can recess for 5 minutes.
Okay. I think we're going to take a recess for just a few minutes while we kind of clean up the AV equipment, and then we'll resume with announcements in 5 minutes' time. Okay? Thanks. All right. We've got our board members back at the table. Thank you for your patience while we had probably a longer recess than we needed. Our tech crew is pretty good at this sort of thing. Let's go ahead and resume the meeting with announcements. I believe we only have 3 tonight. Layla, could you start us off?
Meet the candidates running for the Westfield Board of Education. Council, PTC, holds a virtual candidates night on Wednesday, October 13th from 7:30 to 9:30 p.m. Candidate bios and more information can be found under the board tab at www.westfieldnewjerseyk12.org. To virtually attend the candidates night, please register at the link provided under the board election on the board tab. A link to the virtual forum will be provided to everyone registered the day of the event. The evening will be moderated with candidates asked a variety of questions to be gathered from the public prior to the forum. Questions may be submitted to ptc@westfieldnewjerseyk12.org by October 11th.
Great. Thanks very much.
Westfield Public Schools will be closed for students on Monday, October 11th, in observance of Columbus Day. Professional development sessions will be held for staff as part of the district in-service day.
Terrific, thanks. And the next meeting of the Board of Education will be held on Tuesday, October 19th, in Cafeteria B, here at Westfield High School at 7 p.m. Please enter at the door nearest the back parking lot off Broadway Avenue. And just a reminder, all attendees are required to wear a mask. The complete agenda will be available on October 15th, under the board tab at www.westfieldnjk12.org. All right, now is our first public comment period of the meeting. This period for public comment is for comment on agenda items only. So items that are listed throughout the agenda. I think we have some paper copies there for you. Oh. Okay, hold on. Sorry, we hear an alarm in the hallway. We're just going to take a minute and make sure all is well. If we're out of the paper copies, now would be a good time if any of you have phones, if you wanted to look it up on the board, under the board tab on the district website. Again, www.westfieldnj12.org. And you should be able to follow along with the agenda there as well. We tried not to kill too many trees since we know how many people would be looking for it. Again, I'm not sure if you all can hear, but there's an alarm going off in the hallway, so we're just double checking to make sure it's not something that we all need to know about. Is that causing, are you guys picking up on that?
Not that much, it's fine, okay.
You can work with it? Yeah, we'll probably need the board secretary. Does everyone have a mask that they could please put on for the meeting? Does anyone need a mask? I think we might have. For those of you seating away from the doors, it sounds like the alarm's been turned off, which is great. Hopefully that means we get our board secretary back. That's what we're waiting for. Now is our first opportunity for public comment on agenda items only. So items that are listed on the agenda that we are taking action on tonight. If you have a comment about another item that is not an item we're taking action on tonight, there will be another public comment period later in the meeting, and that would be the time for comments like that. And before we get started, just to make clear, I'm going to read something that's a part of our agenda going forward. During this portion of the meeting, district residents and staff are invited to address the Board of Education on agenda items only. The board requests that individuals state their name and address for the record and asks that all remarks be directed to the board president or designee and not to individual members or staff. The board asks that members, that means don't call out staff members by name. The board asks that members of the public be courteous and mindful of the rights of other individuals when speaking. Specifically, comments regarding personnel matters are discouraged and cannot be responded to by the board. Students and employees have specific legal rights afforded by the laws of New Jersey. The board bears no responsibility, nor will it be liable for any comments made by members of the public. If a matter concerning a district staff member is of interest or concern to a resident, the matter should be referred to the responsible building principal, superintendent of schools, or the Board of Education, either by telephone, letter, or email. Although the board may not respond to items raised during the public forum, all public comments will be considered. Please note that if any member of the public becomes disruptive during the meeting, the board president may terminate the participant's statement. Continued disruptions may result in removal from the meeting or adjournment of the meeting. Each speaker's statement will be limited to 3 minutes in duration. Having said that, would anyone like to come up to make a public comment on an agenda item? Yes, come on up.
Title Board 605 Georgia Sport. In spring of 2021, the book Our Skin, The First Conversation About Race, which targets 2 to 5-year-old children, was read by multiple kindergarten teachers as part of a planned lesson at Lincoln School with the full knowledge and support of Principal Jacobson. The fact that it was selected and deemed appropriate was a direct result of the CRT-derived professional development that Panero, Jacobson, and Brennan architected. The book starts off with a positive message about treating people equally, which is a wonderful lesson to teach children. But then goes into anti-white, political, and other inappropriate for kindergarten territory. The book denigrates white people, introduces the concept of white supremacy, and makes disputed claims about the origins of race and racism. The back of the book says, quote, racism is baked into the culture of the United States, end quote. What a horrible thing to teach to kindergartners. Quote, when applied to education, CRT involved providing curricula that emphasize the role of race in every aspect of American society, end quote. These aren't my words, they're yours. They come from the 2019 Westfield High School CRT course description, and now you're using CRT on 5-year-olds. As a Jew, I can tell you from firsthand experience that racism is not something that only white people are capable of. Historic racism is not something that a little child should be made to feel guilty about based on the color of their skin. And to push this ideology on 5-year-old children is horribly irresponsible. The book advocates for BLM, which is a political organization. The book talks about genocide. Who thinks this is okay? We're not talking about middle school, or high school, or even 3rd grade kids here. We're talking about kindergarten, 5-year-olds. This is an age when kids are still forming their ideas of self and family, and you're busy teaching them to judge based on skin color. What happened to the dream of judging by the content of character?
Yes.
The BOE and Dr. Panero were made aware of this on June 25th. They did nothing corrective. Nobody was held accountable. Parents got frustrated and started filing over requests. Dr. Panero said in a response to me, quote, we don't believe this book in particular, especially the 2 pages cited by you, reflects the intent of the Racial Literacy Initiative, end quote. In private emails obtained via Oprah, Dr. Panero said, quote, if it were read at Lincoln, I would be surprised. I didn't think we were introducing explicit race discussions to students that early, end quote. Ms. Root said that the book, quote, would never have been on any list that the board approves, and that it, quote, was problematic according to policy. When parents persisted, she asked for help from the district PR officer to cut people off. No responsibility has been taken. I hope the recommendation will be to remove this book from Lincoln School. It should be. Take responsibility for your mistakes and fix it. You know it's wrong. You said so. A vote to keep this book is a vote to indoctrinate children. A vote to keep this book is a vote to politicize kindergarten. A vote to keep this book is a vote to divide children, not unite them. A vote to keep this book signals that it's open season for CRT in Westfield.
Would anyone else like to comment on an agenda item? Yes?
Emily Barker, 434 Longfellow Avenue. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board. I will get right to the point. The Westfield Board of Ed seems, unfortunately to many of us, to be pursuing a race-focused education rather than a traditional academic-focused education. As a candidate for the Board of Ed, I have been contacted by many parents with examples from this school year and last school year of race-focused lessons, specifically the oppressor-oppressed narrative. It seems to be taking hold in classrooms from kindergarten through high school, as evidenced by all of the people who have stood up here, and especially the last person in regard to the Our Skin book. In the high school level, it's been both in social studies classes and in language arts classes, apparently continually through this year, and there was a complaint just today. I understand that this focus is coming from the DEI state mandate. However, the execution of the mandate should seek to unite our children, not ever divide them. Our children, especially the little ones, are inherently kind and non-judgmental. As adults, it's a social crime against our children that we teach them divisiveness by teaching them to callously judge each other by the color of their skin.
Yes.
I don't subscribe to teaching children in any race, gender, or ethnicity is superior to another. Will telling a child as young as 5 years old that they're a victim or an oppressor due to the color of their skin help them to succeed in life? No. I would argue that this affect their self-esteem negatively. So I ask the Board of Education members to please think carefully. Support teaching diversity of all race, gender, and ethnicity in a productive and inclusive way, and not to do so is in violation of A4454. I would also like to remark on the topic of history, as some residents have brought up in past meetings. I expect my children to learn America's whole history, including its bias and discrimination, in context, in historical context. Teach them about chattel slavery when you talk about the 1800s. Teach them about anti-Irish and anti-Italian discrimination when you get to the 1900s. Talk about World War II era anti-Semitism, Japanese-American internment camps, anti-Muslim bias after 9/11, and finally talk about anti-Asian bias when you eventually get to the COVID era. But all this has to be discussed and instructed at an age-appropriate level within a historical backdrop. When you teach history, you teach all of it, so you must teach the strides this country has made to combat bias and discrimination. We're not hearing any of that in these classrooms. The suffragette movement, where women fought for equal rights and won. Martin Luther King and the civil rights movement of the 60s, Brown versus Board of Education, Loving versus Virginia, Civil Rights Act of 1964. I worry that the Board of Ed is losing sight of Martin Luther King's legendary vision that we should judge each other by the content of their character and not the color of our skin. The parents of Westfield are pleading with you to steer our student learning towards a traditional education and not some kind of grand social experiment.
Time is up. Are you almost done?
Yes,
Thank you.
I am almost. Westfield parents are asking that we teach history in an appropriate context and in a constructive way, so that those of us who currently have children in the Westfield school system can be confident that our children are being taught that our country's history is complex.
Thank you.
Yes!
We brought a timer that counts down, and so when your time is up, if you could please just finish your sentence and not your paragraph, that would be helpful. Anyone else like to comment on an agenda item at this point? Yes, please come on up.
Hello, my name is Jessica Miles, and I have the privilege of having two children at Westfield High School now, one of whom came up through Lincoln. And I just want to speak.
Sorry, can you give us your address, please, just for the record?
Oh, sorry, sure, 122 Virginia Street.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I just want to say first off that the description of the schools that I just heard bears no relation to what my children have experienced. And the comments about people speaking with parents who are outraged bears no relation to what I've discussed with my friends in the community who have children who are still in the elementary schools. I'm really a bit shocked by all this, but I had heard that there were some complaints, and specifically about one of the Westfield High School courses, Power, Privilege, and Imbalance, that is an elective. So first of all, I was surprised that anyone's arguing about electives, but my child, my oldest, happens to be in that class. I had the pleasure of meeting Dr. Farad at back to school night. He seemed like a very smart gentleman, very kind. From what I hear from my child and her friends, and so on behalf of at least some of the white parents in Westfield, they're having really great conversations, and they're learning how to talk about issues of race in a way that's thoughtful, respectful, and recognizes difference and appreciates difference. And I don't know that we have as many opportunities for the children coming through, at least in the past, as I would like to see. So I'm really glad to see Westfield making some strides in that regard. And you know, I hear about the theme of Dr. Martin Luther King and colorblindness. And you know, I think it fails to recognize the terrible divides in our country that exist because of systemic inequalities. We cannot get to that place where we'd all, I hope, like to be, unless we have candid conversations about what's wrong.
30 seconds.
And so I'm glad we're doing this. I think the Dr. Martin Luther King quote one of the ones that I like the best is that the moral arc of the universe is long, but it bends towards justice. We're not seeing justice everywhere with the terribly disproportionate impact of COVID. Discrimination isn't just history. So I thank you all.
Would anyone else like to make public comment on an agenda item tonight? Yes?
Hi. I'm really glad we're having this conversation.
Name and address for the record.
Oh, it's Ann Rosen, 166 Mount Avenue. I'm really grateful that we're revisiting this conversation and talking about our diversity and inclusion goals. I'm hoping we can group them into some shared values. I think that these are things that everyone cares about but approaches differently. So I want to make sure that conversations about diversity and inclusion are themselves inclusive and begin with curiosity and openness to the ideas and experiences of others rather than an assertion of a particular fixed set of ideas. It has to be confusing for kids because it's confusing for me, witnessing conversations about systemic racism leading to other systemic divides. If having conversations about how to teach our kids inclusion is leading parents to dismiss each other as racists, psychos, anti-maskers, and other names, we're doing it wrong. I am seeing a lot of really ugly comments and name-calling on our town Facebook pages, specifically with regards to what's happening at these meetings. And I think we have to model something different. I'm hoping we can. We are neighbors. We should be seeking to understand each other as we address flaws in the system. I think we agree that we need to examine history. Emily covered that really well. But we have to look for the origins of division and disrespect and hate. And we're missing a lot by the way that we are limiting those discussions right now. Because yes, it can be about race when the system makes it about race, but clearly the system can divide us in other ways as well, and I think we're seeing that happening now. So I just want to thank everyone who comes here to open up this discussion. I think it's really important, and I'm hoping we can find a way to respect each other and model the values that we want to teach our kids before we poison the well of their education. Thank you.
Anyone else? Yes? Please come on up.
Hi, my name is Joanna Sexton. I live at 109 Belmont Terrace. Okay, so I'm a student at Westfield High School. I'm a junior. And I know there aren't a whole lot of students here, and I know I'm pretty young, so I hope you guys will listen to me for a little bit as someone who goes to school and also takes the class that you're talking about. I'm in Mr. Throg's Power, Privilege, and Balance class, or a class of 27 students. There's only one period this semester in which it's running. So I don't know if that puts it a bit scale of the people who are attending, but it's not something forced as people have been describing it. It's something that we're all interested in learning about. And even if it were something forced, we're not learning about it. We're not learning about critical race theory as though we're the oppressors. We're learning about it to take a different perspective on the world and to take a different look at how things work. Because, to be honest, we live in a bubble. We live in Westfield. It's a wonderful town. It's a very safe town. We don't have to experience a lot of the hardships that people have to experience in other places. So when we talk about critical race theory, we have to expand our vision of it. And that's hard, and that's difficult. So when people talk about these things being confusing, yes, there's a reason they're confusing. And the best way for things to become not confusing is if we educate ourselves. So having classes like this available, not to be forced, because people don't seem to like that, but available to those who want to learn them, why stop them? I'm personally finding the class extremely beneficial. The teacher's excellent, and my writing improved more than it has in a very long time. But I know some people don't like the class, but I think it's an excellent class and an excellent opportunity for students to learn more about the world. Thank you.
Last call for public comment on agenda items. Okay. Yep.
Good evening. My name is Jill Baker-Vogel. I live on Baker Avenue. I am the mom who continues to be greatly disappointed by the education my 6-year-old is receiving in school. Many parents are growing increasingly disappointed in discovering what is occurring inside their children's classrooms. We are deeply frustrated and scared for the education, future, and innocence of our very young children. About 5 months ago, I heard people talking about things happening in schools. The parents should be concerned, and I thought, I probably won't have to worry about this or get involved until maybe the 4th or 5th grade. And then I received that permission slip for the Clementine, and now, 5 months later, after everything I've seen and I've personally experienced, I feel as if I need to get up here, where I can stand publicly to voice my concerns and my anger at every opportunity. I am a mom who's had an inside look behind the scenes into her child's education system and is horrified to see grown adults targeting children as young as 5-year-olds and against the permission and the good faith of their parents. I am the mother of my children, and my husband is their dad. Together we parent our children, and we will not be sharing our co-parenting duties. We, the parents, are getting involved because it is becoming increasingly apparent that you are unable to do your jobs free of your biases, prejudices, and agendas. Taking the rights away from parents to choose what may or may not be appropriate for their children is not your jobs as educators. I have made numerous attempts in writing to address my concerns to my children's principals, BOE members, superintendents, that have gone completely unanswered or evasively answered. I asked to be notified ahead of time if any unapproved instructional materials would be presented to my child, to which still no response. I am beyond frustrated. And I am not alone in feeling this way. More and more parents, grandparents, and residents on both sides of the political spectrum are standing up against books like Our Skin that was read to the 5- and 6-year-old children at Lincoln. We're standing up across the nation against the targeting of our children and asking for the transparency we so deserve in the educational process of our children. We're not going to allow you to work in the shadows any longer. We're going to bravely stand up even though we're being personally targeted and labeled. So please reach out to me because we've done our homework and I'm happy to share all I've learned. The deceitfulness in our classrooms, the behind-the-scenes funding. I believe this district is going to try and double down because they are fearful because the tide is turning in our direction. There are striking numbers, and I see our numbers growing. Maybe not publicly yet, but people are now watching closely and listening closely and asking questions. And that's really great for us parents, seeking transparency in our children's classrooms and integrity in our children's teachers and administrators. Thank you.
Thank you. Clay Kolchinsky, 94 Barchester Way. So I just want to address some of the issues regarding the book, Our Skin. And as I said before, I read the book, I looked at it, and I do believe that the book is both, teaching book is both illegal and immoral. So let me start with the illegal. As you know, you're subject to Title VI of the Civil Rights Act, which covers institutions. Title VI forbids discrimination based on race. Not just one race or another race, so it just falls out, but any race, okay? And one of the things, the litigation around it has been very similar to employment litigation. And some of you who have been in big corporations have listened to your employment discrimination suits. You know this concept of a hostile environment, right? So I'm going to argue to you that telling a child that they are either an oppressor or an oppressed. Okay, I wouldn't want my child to be told that they're oppressed by society. That's my job, that's not the school's job. Creates a hostile environment for the child and does subject the school board and the system to potential litigation in this case. So just as one of these things. So I think the board needs to take action. If you don't think that book was written, you should have to take action, printed action against the person who allowed that. It has to be a disciplinary action, a letter to the file, something that says that the board says we are not doing this thing which is illegal. Okay. Second, immorality. So I lost much of my family personally in the Holocaust. I'm from the Soviet Union, from Ukraine. Much of my family was killed in the Holocaust. My wife's grandparents are Auschwitz survivors. So this is personal. Recently, my job asked me to write reflections of the Holocaust exhibit, and I kind of wrote down what I thought of some of the things there, and what created the Holocaust. And the number one reason, number one idea that drove, there's a number of it, is this idea of race and socialism. The idea that certain people with visible traits act and perform in a certain way. That idea, and in that case, it was the German race versus the Jewish race. I grew up in a country where I was Soviet Union, Jews were considered a race. Okay, so that idea that a race has certain characteristics and may be responsible, not themselves, but for somebody else who looked like them, for something they did, to me is the lowest of low. Especially telling kids, children, that they are responsible for something they did not do. They had nothing to do with their parents didn't do, anyone related to them. So again, please listen to these parents, almost everyone. And this is something that's legal and immoral, and I think you all know that. So thank you very much.
Yes.
is Marcy Gandelli. We have officially...
Sorry, address, Marcy?
209 Tuttle Parkway. We have officially entered Crazy Town. I never believed it would be here. I know this is happening all over Board of Education meetings, all over the country. I'm very, very disturbed that candidates for this board are talking so divisive.
That we support.
And dividing this town, using words like targeting predators, lurking in the shadows.
There doesn't need to be dirty looks.
What's that?
Not you. Oh, continue, I'm sorry.
I'm getting dirty looks?
Not you.
Okay. Using words like targeting, predators, working in the shadows, illegal, hostile environments. I raised 3 children in this wonderful town, in this wonderful school system. I tell people to come here because I have the most wonderful, empathetic, driven, intelligent, amazing kids. And I want my friends and my family to come and live here because of the school system. And this divisive language from candidates, a social crime we heard tonight, this is crazy town.
Right.
I respect every single one of you on this board. You work your butts off. And let me tell you something, if a teacher, 2 teachers screwed up at Lincoln School, it hasn't happened again. And for these people to keep bringing it up like it's happening every day is absolutely abhorrent. I favor the DEI inclusion. I agree with one woman. We should be teaching it in all races. I think that's great. But I gotta tell you, these people don't have it right. Whoever's coming up and using these inflammatory, divisive, ridiculous terms for our school system. I have a high schooler, and I'm proud of it.
Yep, come on up.
My name is Brad Schaefer. I am 614 Fairmont Avenue. I had a long speech or whatnot, but I'm not going to do that. It's interesting to hear divisive language used to call out divisiveness. So I thought that was an interesting study on everything that we just heard. I really wanted to come here to read something to you. A long time ago, way before you were born, a group of white people made up an idea called race. They sorted people by skin color. They said that white people were better, smarter, prettier, and that they deserved more than everybody else. Is this appropriate? What if I substituted with Japanese? A long time ago, way before you were born, a group of Asians called Japanese made up an idea called race. They called people gaijin. They sorted them by color, by ethnicity, and they murdered those who they didn't like. What if you were Japanese? How would you feel about that if you were a Japanese child? It's funny how it's a little bit different when it's somebody else's race. The point is that racism is wrong, period. No matter where it goes, no matter who it attacks. And yet our children at the age of 5, 6, and 7, if I understand right, we read this book. Now people say, well, why the fuss over one book? If it was just an isolated incident, it'd be fine. But the reason why, I personally believe that the reason why these mistakes haven't been made again, which Marcy correctly said, was because a bunch of people here got up and said, we don't like this. This is not education, this is indoctrination. This is a deliberate sprinkling into the minds of innocents, without parental consent, the seeds of tribalism and resentment. So why the fuss over this book? Because it's a symptom of a far more insidious injection into the bloodstream of modern education that was once an obscure, radical theory confined to the backwaters of the most far-left faculty lounges of the Harvard Law School. And I'm talking about critical race theory. Very quickly, let's dispel what it is not. CRT is not the teaching of history and racism in this country. Children get that already, and they should. I want my children to know about the slave trade, about Jim Crow, the Chinese Exclusion Acts, the suffragettes and their struggles, the internment of Japanese Americans, the struggles of the civil rights movement. I want them to know all these things. That's the essence of this country. But critical race theory basically just tells you that this country is irredeemably and totally racist, and that only ripping it up from the root and stem is what can change it. I don't like that. This is a great country. We've had mistakes, and they should be taught. In conclusion, I challenge you to show me one nation so magically pluralistic as ours that has survived once division superseded unity and ethnicities and tribalism superseded love. Thank you.
Good evening. Julie Steinberg, 109 Belmont Terrace. First, I'd like to thank the board, the superintendent, the teachers, the staff, everyone for what has been an extraordinary couple of years, and for all your continued hard work. Even when I've disagreed with things that have gone on, I recognize all the hard work all of you have done, and I thank you for that. It's hard to sometimes listen to what's going on in these meetings. I saw a parody on Saturday Night Live this weekend on Board of Education meetings, and I thought, it's really not that often that art imitates life for me on national network television, but I really feel like that's where we are. When I hear one side appropriating Martin Luther King to justify not using a certain book to discuss critical race theory, if that's what that is, that's really hard to listen to. That's really kind of backwards thinking. And if it's confusing, critical race theory, well, maybe that's why we need good teachers to teach it, because it is a complex topic. It's hard for me to listen to people screaming and accusing other people of violating decorum and using such harsh and ugly language, while, they're using such harsh and ugly language while other people have to sit there quietly, including yourselves, and take it. And I honestly don't know how you do it. I sit here and listen to your training earlier tonight, and I give you a lot of credit. I imagine that there's a lot of meditation involved in doing that. And it's really hard for me as a Jewish person to listen to people invoke their faith and their background, to hear us more or less talking about the equivalent of denying books or burning books, really. We're talking about a book that, one, was removed, is not being used, and two, is still being made an issue about, and three, when we do that as people of the book, I honestly am just horrified that that is being used, and that our faith is being used in that context. That is not appropriate. I think that CRT shouldn't be targeted. I think that that is dangerous and unacceptable. I think the means by which it's being done is unacceptable. And I really support what the district is doing for DEI. And I hope that we will continue to do it despite the efforts that are being made to cloud and obfuscate the issues. Thank you.
Drew Kellerman, 800 Forest Avenue. Once again, just thank the board for all the volunteer and the hours that you spend. It is greatly appreciated. So the comment that I'd like to make tonight, I actually have two comments. The first is that I was really struck by something that one woman said tonight, and as justification for her comment that about not teaching DEI was that children don't have any kind of prejudice in them until they're much older in age. And it just struck me that that's such a limited perspective, and it just shows how people just don't listen, because we were all here last week when an African-American woman stood up, who is actually a friend of mine, stood up and talked about her grandchildren and her, I believe her nieces and nephews at age 5, talked about how they were ostracized about their food, and they were told that they looked like poop and that they didn't want to be played with at 5 years of age. And so how in the world can you listen to something like that and just blow it off as unimportant and it doesn't exist? So you sit there and you listen to somebody and you just completely disregard it as unimportant, or it just goes in one ear and out the other. But clearly it does exist at that age. So I don't understand that. And then the second thing is that somebody said here tonight that this is a groundswell, it's growing, it's bipartisan, and the voices are getting bigger and bigger. And I would say that that is just not true. The large majority of people are on board with teaching history as it exists, and teaching DEI is approved by the large majority of the population of this town, and I would say for sure of this state. I don't know about the broader country, but certainly this town and certainly this state, and that's pretty much what I would have to say. It is a very small minority that disagrees with what you're doing here, and it doesn't even matter because it's mandated by the state and you need to follow state guidelines. Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Darren Composto, 929 Columbus Avenue. I just think there needs to be a bright line drawn between what we're teaching our high school kids and what we're teaching the elementary school and younger kids. I think, if I think of things from last year, my child listened to the Chris Campbell, assembly. I disagreed with some of the things that Chris said, agreed with some of the things that Chris said, and it led to a dialogue with me and my child, who is a 16-year-old and able to process that type of information. I applaud the young man talking about the CRT class, and I completely agree with you. For a high school kid to take that class, if you're interested in it, that's great. It expands you, and then you can be an ambassador and talk to your friends about it. And kudos for your, really good speaking about it before. But I think a bright line needs to be drawn in terms of what we do with the elementary school kids. I think that's different. I don't think they're necessarily capable at that age of processing that and bringing things home to their parents and talking to them about it. They just hear teacher and think right. And I don't think that's fair, and I think that's what really you're hearing a lot of the parents talk about. That's all, thank you.
Hi, good evening. Veronica Guevara Carlucci, 705 Hanford Place. Our daughter is only 5 years old and currently attends Lincoln School. It has come to our attention that the Board of Education is making efforts to the teachings of sex and sex education and related topics we've heard in other meetings, along with other families raising young children.
It's not an agenda item tonight.
Okay, sorry, I'll jump to my other topic then, thank you. I would like to express concerns regarding the teaching of topics related to critical race theory to our children. Our district leaders and state politicians continue to mislead our community, indicating that CRT is not being taught at our schools, that this is something that is taught only in universities and grad school, etc., but we have vast objective evidence that this is indeed happening here. We fully support the importance of teaching history. However, the notion that children should be told that white people perpetuate systemic racism is inaccurate. This is CRT and has no place at these schools. This is racism against whites, and it's fueled by political activism that is infecting our schools. This behavior further divides us and creates more exclusion. By allowing this woke mentality to persist and allowing government to dictate what we teach to our children, we're allowing our constitutional rights to be slowly chipped away to a point where we won't be able to recognize this country. We are a community of highly intelligent individuals, and we owe it to ourselves and our precious children to challenge ourselves, to educate ourselves and refute this woke narrative, this racial political agenda that propagates through via social media. And this is racism against whites. Let's find better solutions to teach our children to be inclusive, to be accepting of and promoting diversity, to know the value and respecting others for their differences and the various perspectives they bring. Let's teach our children to do unto others as you would do, as you would have others do unto you, and let's teach them honest history based on facts, and let's avoid educating our children with false notions that the tragic thinking of the past is what we encounter in today's society. Let's not mislead our youth to believe that there's a systemic issue with white people being the oppressor and people with darker pigmentation, blacks, browns, whatever, are the oppressed. This is not the reality of today. Open your eyes and understand that these narratives only fuel resentment amongst us all. As an immigrant from Latin America and witness, I am a witness that only through hard work and dedication, a person of any color in this country can leverage the same opportunities in order to get ahead. I urge the Board of Education and those in our community to analyze the school curriculum by spending more time and resources to enhance our children's education. Let's teach them about math, English, okay, science, things that matter. Let's leave all these other topics to be discussed at home. We are the parents, not you. Please.
Hi, my name is Kristen Sonnenfeld, 735 Harding Street. I am running for the Board of Education. I also have 2 children in the school district, Desra at 7th grade at Roosevelt and Grayson, 4th grade at Washington. I want to thank you for your service and also thank the community for their engagement. This is why I love Westfield. We don't shy away from hard discussions. This isn't easy. And I am confident that we will embrace our differences and come to a decision that's best for our children. From my conversations over the past couple of months and along with what I've seen in tonight's meeting, it seems that there's a lot of concern around DEI and they stem from all the unknowns about it. So tonight I have 2 questions. One, what are the current district expectations of our teachers at the elementary, middle, and high school level when it comes to implementing DEI into each curricula? And how have those expectations been communicated to our teachers? And then 2, when the Commissioner of Education shares the sample DEI lessons and resources that the DOE has promised, how does our district plan to disseminate that information? And what plans are in play currently to train our teachers? Thank you.
Anyone else? Yes?
Hey, Jen Andretta, 722 Warren Street. I actually bought the book and read it in our skin because I wanted to know, what is this about? And when I started reading that book, it was wonderful. It talked about seeing different colors of skin at the grocery store and the playground, and I said, God, this is awesome. What's all the fuss about? And then it went a little south for me because it's 5-year-olds. And I remember having a talk about racism and slavery with my 6-year-old when he was learning about slavery in 1st grade. And they're very young children at that point. And when you tell them a long time ago, that means grandpa. So grandpa is the racist. Grandpa is the one saying this. They're 5 years old. And I wonder, in this classroom of 5-year-olds, how did they feel? Did they feel like they were the horrible white people, or did they feel like they were the lesser colored people? I just feel like it's not about DEI right now, it's not about CRT, it's about this book, and is it appropriate for 5-year-olds? And in my opinion, and on behalf of my husband as well, we do not believe it's age appropriate. I'm blessed that my children are older. They've already gone through Lincoln. They're in high school and middle school now. Because if this is what my children were being taught in kindergarten, I would have to pack my bags because that is really inappropriate for me and my family. So I just wanted to come up here and let you know, as a parent, I don't believe that book should be included in the curriculum. I think it is wrong and inappropriate for that age group, 5-year-olds. Thank you.
Wasn't planning on talking at all this evening. I just wanted to get up and say thank you for being here, and that I see that your job as educators and on the Board of Education is to ensure that our children can be citizens of this world. And by starting DEI, education for our children, it's imperative that they know that the society that they live in, which is Westfield, and it's wonderful, but let's face it, it's not the most racially diverse community in the town of New Jersey. When they go out in the world from here, they need to be prepared for what is expected of them as citizens and what's expected of them as people. And this is only accomplished through education. And when we educate our children in a manner that fits society, they become active participants in that society. Not just in history. It's not limiting our children's view of what the world is in history, but in real life context of what the world is today and what the challenges that they're going to face in the future. Racism in historical context, while appropriate, is also, what we also need to teach the children is racism of today and what's happening now. So hopefully in the future, they can learn better, know better, and do better. Thank you.
I'm not seeing any more hands. If anyone has any other public comment, there is a second period later in the meeting where you can talk about agenda items or any other items. All right, and thank you for all who came forward. It is important to participate in community governance, so thank you for showing up. Next on the agenda, Dr. Gonzalez.
Yes, I do. First of all, I would just like to acknowledge that along with our current changing venue to a larger space for members of the public and the board to be able to feel more comfortable in attending, we are working towards moving the current recording that is posted at a later date to a live streaming platform. We're in the process of figuring out the best means to do so, but I do want to put that out there as a coming soon announcement. When we are able to confirm the live stream, we will certainly make sure that that is communicated out to the public accordingly. So this evening, I just want to take the opportunity after the first month of school to just do a quick recap of how September has gone. I've shared much of this with the board, but certainly find it necessary to share with the school community just how much has taken place over the last 4 weeks. Just some of the highlights that I'd like to include in our elementary schools are baseline assessments for all students in grades K, in all schools. All students have begun and will wrap up their baseline assessments on October 8th. And in the math department at the elementary level, our students are also taking their baseline assessments as well. And if those haven't completed already, they will be shortly. Our technology department has been working to prepare for the upcoming Start Strong assessments, which take the place of the NJSLA assessments that were canceled last spring. Start Strong will help us to further identify where students are in their learning so that instruction can be adjusted if needed. And we've mentioned that on several occasions, both during our Safe Return Plan as well as in any opportunity we have to talk about what we're doing to address the unfinished learning that did not take place last year in order to make sure that our students are able to progress through their grade level expectations this year. So between the local assessments, the data gathered last year, and the Start Strong assessments, we're confident that our teachers will have the necessary information about their students in order to adjust their curriculum and instruction accordingly. The Special Services Department and the PTC Special Education Committee held a well-attended virtual back-to-school night in the month of September. Westfield High School held their back-to-school night last week, and the elementary back-to-school nights are this week. The threat of bad weather recently forced the rescheduling of the intermediate school back-to-school nights, and that will take place next week. Please refer to your communication from your respective schools for the details as to when each of the respective evenings will take place. And we really just ask everyone to be mindful of the mandatory mask requirements for all attendees, as well as the limitation to one family member per student. So that means if you have multiple students, you can certainly bring one parent per child in order to ensure that we don't overfill our classrooms that evening. We also welcomed 43 new staff members last month, who along with 30 second-year staff have begun meeting in monthly cohorts as part of the ongoing support provided by the new Staff Institute program here in Westfield. School PTOs held their welcome back events for families, while students new to the district received special orientations. For example, Wilson's first grade teachers took new students on a tour of the school, giving each of them a bag with the poem Ready Confetti and some confetti for them to sprinkle under their pillow to combat first stage jitters. Not surprisingly, student achievement and engagement got off to a strong start as well, with 2 national merit semifinalists and 34 merit commended students announced at the high school level. We also have 10 perfect scores on the summer ACTs and SATs, 6 national Hispanic scholars, 1 national African American scholar. Energized student musicians attended the marching band camp at the end of summer, and after a 1.5-year hiatus, the 5th grade chorus class returned to all elementary schools. Great turnout for auditions for the popular intermediate and high school fall theatrical productions, and intermediate and high school students also participated in well-attended club fairs to sign up for extracurricular activities. Additionally, in an effort to improve communication and engagement, I continue to meet with members of the school and Westfield communities. We distributed our first issue of the monthly e-newsletter last week and created a YouTube channel to upgrade our video hosting capabilities, continue to update the website and district social media with school news and photos, and are finalizing the process, as I mentioned earlier, for live streaming of our Board of Education meetings. For the month of September, our focus was on returning to full-time, full-capacity instruction, learning while full-capacity in-person learning, while managing the COVID-related mitigation measures. To date, we have not had to quarantine any schools or grades, but we have had several confirmed cases of COVID in our schools. And given the unique circumstances surrounding each case, school-specific COVID-related communication is handled at the school level to notify individuals and/or groups who need to quarantine, as well as general advisories as needed. In consultation with the health department, I was advised not to provide school-by-school case counts in order to avoid the possibility of compromising the anonymity of staff and students who may have COVID-19. So I do want to emphasize that point. We do want to protect the public health of all of our school attendees, but we also want to protect the individual confidentiality of our students, staff, and families. Therefore, making sure that we provide a balance of that information to our community to ensure those who are directly impacted by COVID or close contacts are immediately confirmed. And I just ask that you please keep in mind, if you have not heard from a member of the school staff, the nurse, the principal, or even a member of the health department, you can rest assured that your child or any member of your family impacted at the school level is not considered a close contact and would not need to quarantine. But if you have any questions, please reach out to our principals if you are concerned about any of the activity you're hearing about or that you're aware of. The decisions that are made in conjunction with the Department of Health, so that I could assure you they're tracking the data closely, as our school personnel as well. The mayor's coronavirus update was shared as a great resource for individuals who are looking for community-wide data, and that does not specify or segregate out the schools, but it does provide data that is inclusive of the cases reported at the school level. So that would certainly be a perfect opportunity for individuals who are interested in finding out the COVID cases in our community. I do want to end just by saying I'm grateful to every one of our dedicated professionals who's really put forth a phenomenal effort to get our school year off to a great start. It is certainly an exhausting experience, I know, for everyone to reacclimate ourselves to this environment, but I thank everyone for their support and patience. Also, for this evening, I do want to take advantage of my report, and as it was mentioned during the public comment statement that's read, board members aren't able to comment on personnel matters directly. And anytime personnel is mentioned, it is not available for even the administration to be able to address. But this evening, I did want to address statements that were made during the public comment portion last week that made specific mention of a staff member by name. And I'd like to read a public statement on behalf of that individual who asked me to read the statement, Dr. Anthony Farag. It has come to my attention that my name and my research were discussed at the previous Board of Education meeting on Tuesday, September 21st by a member of the public. This person stated that I was using our kids as research for my paper. His statement was categorically false and a clear misrepresentation of my research, as well as an attack on my credibility as a teacher and researcher. My doctoral dissertation is public, and it clearly states in both the abstract and throughout the paper that it examined teachers and not students. It would not have been approved by the Institutional Review Board and accepted as a legitimate research if it had studied Westfield students. Any accusation or insinuation to the contrary is a clear misrepresentation of my work, which required this correction. Thank you. Anthony Farag, Doctorate in Education. So I do want to make sure that I read that into the record, and that concludes my report this evening.
Dr. Thomas, if I could ask a question, you covered a lot of information there, but specifically with regard to our beginning of year assessments, whether it's in district or state mandated, what's the turnaround time on data for that? I know that was a complaint with Park and the early NJSLA, and the delay that it took from the time students took the assessment to the time teachers got usable data.
So since Start Strong is a new assessment, we have not received any of the turnaround time, but because it's new, I keep my fingers crossed that we will get it back in the usable format. And really the design of the experience was so that it could be returned in the usable format. I just don't know what that time frame is, but we'll certainly follow up with the county and the state to see if they can give us a time frame.
And then for in-district assessments, I assume that those are done by the classroom teachers.
Certainly, all the in-district assessments are classroom-based, so that those results are available for teacher use in order to respond and adjust their instruction accordingly.
Thank you.
And I believe we had received, I think a letter had an inquiry about state-level assessments for students younger than third grade, but the state doesn't conduct standardized testing for younger than third grade, correct?
The state assessment system is not good.
Right, it does start in third grade, but for students younger than that, the classroom assessments would be the primary determinant of where each student stands and what the teachers would need to know in order to help those students get better.
Will those informal assessments for the teachers will the results of those assessments be shared with parents?
At this point, I don't want to speak out of turn to be able to answer that, but I would confer with the administration to let you know what the intentions are. I don't see it being used any differently than any other standard assessments that we've been using, unit assessments, end of unit tests, so that I would believe that the same information would be available to parents in the same way, but I'll confirm that with the administration.
All right, thank you. There are no more board comments at this point. I would like the board to approve the minutes of the board meeting held on September 21st, 2021. Can I get a second? Rob? Thank you, sorry. Thank you, Rob. All in favor of approving the minutes? Aye. Any abstentions? No? Sarah's abstaining? No. Oh, and it's aye. Okay. All right. Okay. Moving on then to personnel, I would like the board to consider personnel items 1 through 24. Can I have a second? Thanks, Brendan. There are no comments or questions on any of the items. Let's do a roll call.
The RFPs? Yes. Mike Phelan?
Yes.
Brendan Gallagher?
Yes.
Rod Garrison?
Yes.
Leila Moran?
Yes.
Gretchen Oley?
Yes.
Kara Porto?
Yes.
Soma Patel?
Yes.
Amy Ruth?
Yes. Okay. Moving on to facilities. Mike?
Yes. We had our facility meeting last week. We covered a variety of different topics. Just give you some updates of what we did cover. There were a number of different, as you can imagine, summer projects over the past few months. And really, to summarize, a lot of painting and just maintenance projects that we want to address. But then just some of the highlights of some of the projects. Just 1 minute. Interior door replacement was done. That work is nearly complete. There's a phase 2 that's starting that we expect to complete. It's in progress now. I expect to complete them over the holiday break. Jefferson door replacement, Roosevelt 300 renovation. The high school courtyard renovation, phase 1. If you remember, a number of months ago, we approved the project to honor Dr. Nelson. So phase 1 is going to be completed at the end of this month. So that's done. And also one of the big projects was the HVAC project, which it's mostly complete. Some of the projects carry over into the fall because of delays, and you can read about it in the news about shipping and receiving parts and things like that. But it was actually, the notes that I said in the meeting, it was one of the most project-filled summers that we've had in recent memory. We're going to start with phase 2 of the HVAC project, which is expected to go to bid in January. Also phase 2 of the courtyard renovations, where there'll be a rain garden and a pond and a gathering space. So it's in a to enhance that area. The roof replacement, Franklin is going to be proposed. The Edison Field project, we had discussed one point on that. It was not in the facilities meeting, but there's a separate meeting with the town where, just to ensure that we're hearing from the neighbors about their concerns about the project, we're going to have Board of Education representation on the meetings going forward. They had their meeting scheduled for tonight, but so we couldn't attend. But they're going to work schedule-wise, so we can have some representation on there. And also the Roosevelt facade restoration that we're going to be starting.
reports, the notes are available on the portal. We spent the bulk of the meeting talking, sort of revisiting where we were when we were still planning long range and didn't get distracted by COVID. So the bulk of the conversation was really talking about how to revisit the full day kindergarten conversation that we were having before COVID, and exploring, options that had now were no longer viable, and how we can sort of get back on track, including getting community involvement and feedback about the increasing, monetary considerations, both a referendum for facilities improvements that would be needed, as well as the addition to our annual budget. So I know that there were some follow-ups on that, and that will be the topic of our next meeting, which is scheduled for October 19th at 4, and hopefully we'll reignite that conversation not only among board members but with the community. We also talked a little bit about reigniting the alumni newsletter and database that, again, had started before COVID. There has been some publication of that in an attempt to reach out to alumni, and so Mary Ann's going to start that back up as well. I think unless any other board members are present, I think that's the bulk of the conversation.
Great, thank you. Next meeting.
Correct. All right, policies.
I ask the board to approve policy item number 1. This is first reading for bylaw changes to 0164, public board meetings, and 0167, public participation in board meetings. One second. Thank you, Rob. The amendments to the bylaws that I'm proposing are meant to clean up how we operate and really spell out what had been practiced over the last several years. Wanting to add clear delineation between different topics so that it wasn't, there were no gray areas in policy, in our bylaws. Bylaw changes are harder than any other policy changes we make in terms of notice to board members and the spacing of first reading and second reading. So we want to get them right the first time. So we spent a lot of time going back and forth on the changes. These started back in the spring and come to the full board now. Everybody was sent notice of them 10 days before the meeting with a link to a Google Drive, and I haven't heard a comment from anybody. So if anybody has questions or comments, happy to entertain them. And if not,
I think the biggest change is that the committee reports will come first.
yes. Oh, thank you. The biggest change to the conduct of board meetings is the order in which we're going to do things. Once this is approved for second reading in November, we will have the superintendent's report, all of the committee reports first, then public comment. So the public is commenting on, if they're commenting on agenda items, we'll have the information, any oral report that's going along with it, before they get to make their comment, so that everybody's making comments on the complete information. We'll then move into, after the first public comment session, into action on all topics. And you'll notice a new section on the agenda called governance items, which is where we will have compliance reports, things that are typically handled under policy now, that aren't really policy, which we didn't have a space to put them before. So things like affirming the superintendent's decision on hidden investigations. There's a compliance report that we're putting in tonight, which is policy item number 2. That will be in the future. Any other questions or comments?
Brendan, are we going to vote on the committee reports before the public speaks?
So right now we do everything all at once. So you'll have given your facilities report, but if there's a facilities action item, it will come after public comment. So that we don't vote on anything without the public getting a chance to weigh in.
Well, that's fine.
So if you're looking at the list, it's more cumbersome because there's a lot more line items now, but I think it'll make for a smoother flow of meetings.
And there'll still be a second public comment
At the end,
towards
yes.
the end.
Along with new business, old business, notes for the record, and liaison reports.
But the committee reports will help the public understand what we're really on, so that they'll know more clearly.
Because not everything's, you can't explain everything in a single line item. or even an attachment. Yeah, I hope so.
Yes. All right.
If there's no other questions, Dana?
Sahara Reed? Yes. Mike Phelan?
Yes.
Brenda Gallagher?
Yes.
Rob Garrison? Yes. Linda Morelli? Yes. Brenda Nolan? Yes. Kara Porto? Yes. Soma Patel? Yes. Amy Ruth? Yes.
Thank you. And then I ask the board to approve policy item number 2. Thank you, Mike. This is a compliance report. When we first shut down for COVID, the state was operating through executive orders. The legislature has since codified the requirements for districts to shut down and go virtual during a public health emergency. And that requires us to submit an annual report detailing what our plan will be at various grade levels. And Dr. Gonzalez, you have anything to add to that?
No, the report that is being submitted this evening for consideration by the board is really just an update to the practices of the spring of 2020 when we had to go full remote. The updates that were made by the administration were made in recognition of all the experiences over the last 18 months that certainly back in the spring of 2020 we didn't even anticipate, but certainly have learned a lot to be able to update and reflect a plan that is more conducive to what actually occurred and would occur in a full remote environment.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from board members? Yeah.
I assume that this doesn't tie us, like if we want to change it or evolve it, if some, God forbid, we would have to go back to all online. This doesn't tie our hands, it gives us, it just informs the state of our initial plan.
Correct. Yes. Any other questions? Dana?
Sahara Reed? Yes. Mike Phelan?
Yes.
Brenda Gallagher?
Yes.
Rob Garrison?
Yes.
Linda Morelli? Yes. Brenda Nolan? Yes. Kara Porto? Yes. Soma Patel? Yes. Amy Ruth? Yes.
Thank you. And just for committee report, we met last Tuesday, yeah, the 23rd, so not last week. We met on the 23rd, discussed the bylaw changes that we just approved for first reading, as well as the results of the first policy audit we have. So when Dr. Gonzalez came into the district, he sent our policy manual out to two entities, the New Jersey School Boards Association, who was presented to us earlier tonight, and Strauss Esme, the policy language service that we subscribe to, that do district policies all over the state of New Jersey. We asked them both to audit our policy manual and tell us where we're in compliance, where we're deficient, and where we have policies that we can abolish. We got one of the two reports back from Strauss Esme. They recommended almost 100 changes. Some of them are simple as just renumbering a policy because it didn't match up with their table. But recognizing that that's a lot of work for the committee and the administration that goes into it, I recommended to the committee that we form a small subcommittee of Layla and myself, and Dr. Gonzalez and any administrators or if Rosemary decides to join us on that, just to work through the policy audit results and come up with a plan and priorities for, our priorities for how we're going to address any revisions needed. We're going to focus first on QSAC compliance and then the other state mandated policies, work on our bylaw for that, and then optional district policies, hoping to make sure that we're always in compliance with the QSAC requirements. We think we are. Any of those changes are likely small citation revisions. Lastly, we talked about the policies that we tabled last spring. 2240, controversial issues, 2510 and 2530, adoption of textbooks and selection of resource materials. And those have to be a robust discussion internally before we can come with a final product. We have to make sure that anything we come up with is legally defensible, actually enforceable, and works with best practices in other districts. We want to make sure what we do it once. We don't have to keep revisiting these policies. And we fill in any deficiencies that our policy has. We don't want things to fall through through the cracks because there wasn't a classification of something. I know that's going to be a long, ongoing discussion with the board committee and administration, and we look forward to a robust final decision on that in the coming months. Yep, Rabbi Simon?
Yeah, I just want to I wanted to commend you, Brendan, because you probably put half the audience to sleep with some of these policies. And if they think that's really bad, the stuff you deal with and the number of policies you deal with, I've never been involved in a public or private body that has someone that cares about our policies as much as you do. So I want to just commend you for it. And thankfully, I'm not doing it. So. That's it.
I see these policy numbers. Any questions from board members on that? All right. And then lastly, we previewed the board portal, which almost everybody should have seen at this point, through committee level. It's where we're going to be having all of our working documents internally. If anybody's having trouble accessing that, please let us know, because that's where things are going to be posted going forward. All right, and that's it for policies.
Thank you for being here this week. All right, for curriculum, instruction, and programs, we have 2 items up for tonight. The first one is a review of a public complaint regarding instructional materials, and for that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Gonzalez.
Thank you. Just to be sure that I touch on each point comprehensively, I'm going to read my report this evening, beginning with on September 12th, we received a formal complaint regarding the book Our Skin, the first conversation about race. On September 15th, a review committee was appointed per policy 9130, entitled Public Complaints and Grievances, which outlines the process to be followed regarding complaints about instructional and resource materials. The committee, per the policy, consisted of a content area supervisor, an elementary teacher, elementary library staff member, a board member, a layperson knowledgeable in the area of the work, an elementary principal, and we also had the assistant superintendent of curriculum present in order to oversee the process. The committee spent considerable time reading the book and familiarizing themselves with district policy in preparation for the book review, which took place in person on September 27th to evaluate the complaint. The report of the committee was shared with the board, and tonight I will summarize the findings, beginning with the recommendation, followed by the rationale. It is the recommendation of the review committee that Our Skin, a first conversation about race, be kept as a resource material to be used within the context of an approved lesson and objective. The committee found the resource to be developmentally age-appropriate and factually accurate as defined by the National Museum of African American History and Culture of the Smithsonian Institute. The subtitle of the book, A First Conversation About Race, as well as the supporting information for whomever reads the book, encourages that the book be read as part of an ongoing conversation with students about race. Therefore, it should not be placed in the general classroom library. Rather, this book is best used as an interactive read-aloud where educated professionals can skillfully present this information and help facilitate these important conversations. In the conclusion of their report, the committee references the statement in the policy that indicates no challenge material may be removed solely because it presents ideas that may be unpopular or offensive to some. The committee goes on to say that the kindergartners are young enough to experience racism and therefore young enough to talk about it. Hence the recommendation that if used, it will be within the context of an approved lesson and objective related to the topic of race. A copy of the committee's report will be provided to the complainant along with a copy of any action taken by the board this evening. The complainant will also be informed that a decision of the board may be appealed to the Commissioner of Education. That concludes my report of the review of the committee's findings. However, I would like to share a few additional comments on the matter with an eye on the future. Since my arrival to the district, many comments and questions have been raised regarding the book Our Skin and its use. Considering those concerns, expressed tonight and in previous meetings and in emails, in light of the committee's report, it's evident that everyone shares a common goal to ensure that we all care for the well-being of all of our students. So there's no question that that common theme has made its way into every comment. That being said, it's also evident that it makes its way into these comments even despite differing opinions. The Westfield Public School District's longtime mission statement confirms the commitment to the ideals that are at the center of this conversation. The Westfield Public School District, in partnership with families and communities, educates all students to reach their highest potential as productive, well-balanced, and responsible citizens who respect individual differences and diversity in an ever-changing world. Therefore, the district's work in the area of diversity, equity, and inclusion is not new. The district has been and remains committed to providing culturally responsive and age-appropriate lessons, not only because it is now state mandated, but because it's the right thing to do in our ever-changing world. There is no indoctrination or deceit. Our goal has always been to promote an equitable and inclusive program of educational activities that offer a balance of perspectives and that enable students to see themselves reflected in the instructional materials used. It's imperative that all of our students feel safe, respected, and included, and I think everyone expressed that this evening, all of our students. In fact, our racial literacy initiative began to take shape following a survey at the secondary level, in which some of our students even stated that they felt marginalized or even invisible. We recognize that a review of the approval process for supplemental materials is absolutely necessary that the district, to ensure that the district can help teachers make connections to the curriculum when choosing instructional resource materials. And this evening, the reference to the policies that were just discussed was in reference to those policies that have direct application to the use of supplemental materials. So we want to make sure that we're creating policies and practices that are enforceable and that are practical, but allow for our parents to be comfortable and our staff to be comfortable that the curriculum that is being taught is supported by the resources that are being used. Our planned DEI curriculum audit, as stated in our district goals, is just one additional way that we will work to conduct that review. Whether racial literacy or diversity, equity, and inclusion, all of our instructional efforts in this area have been in good faith and with good intentions. And I wanted to make sure that I took the time before having this statement prepared, because I wanted to be able to speak to the board and speak to the members of the community after having the chance to speak to members of the administration, see our schools in action, to hear about the work that had been done over the past several months and years to provide our teachers with the capacity so that they can teach these difficult topics with sensitivity and with support for our students. And I'm confident in saying that we are doing our best to achieve all of that. Even in the midst of the pandemic, none of the work took away from the classroom lessons in reading, writing, mathematics, or other required subjects. Our work is to promote a deeper understanding of one another among our students, and teaching them to respect themselves and one another is just that important. We welcome hearing the diverse views of the community, and we also recognize that we can do better in communicating the important work we're doing in the areas of DEI. As the superintendent, that's the reason why I wanted to make sure that I promoted the DEI initiative to put us in the position of being held accountable, as we heard this morning, to do that, because it is evident that that communication and that conversation is warranted. We look forward to providing opportunities in the near future for the community to engage in a thoughtful and respectful conversation. I thank you for your time, and that concludes my report.
So after listening to Dr. Gonzalez's recap and description of it, since the book review committee was comprised of representatives outlined in Board Policy 9130, public complaints and grievances, followed the procedure outlined in said policy and recommends that the book is best used as an interactive read aloud where educated professionals can skillfully present this information and help facilitate these important conversations. I make a motion that the board accepts the recommendation of the book review committee to not place the book, Our Skin, A First Conversation About Race, in a general classroom library, but to keep it as a resource material to be used within the context of an approved lesson and objective. Is there a second? Second, thank you, Michael. So with that motion made and with it seconded, if we can then open up the discussion among the board on this recommended acceptance of the report that was given by Dr. Gonzalez.
Dr. Gonzalez, I'm sorry, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but you had, I do, but no. You had said something that started with, if this book was used. Could you repeat that for me? If this book was used.
So hence the recommendation that if it is to be used, it would be within the context of an approved lesson and objective related to the topic of race. And I think I was deliberate in choosing that language because I wanted to make sure that we put ourselves in the position to take the review of our initiatives, review of our curriculum, review of our objectives, and to work our way backwards to ensure that the objectives and the materials match the intended goals. So at this point, I cannot speak to a framework that is currently part of the district goal that is taking place. But as that framework is developed, as the work continues with the staff and the schools, that's what would then be able to identify whether or not this resource would be used moving forward in the way that it has been used most recently in June. So that's the reason why I use that language.
No, thank you, I appreciate it.
And Amy, if I may, I'll just follow up. For those of you that were here when Thornton gave the overview of what it is, the role of the board and what we do in terms of policy and enforcement policy, it's important that the public see that the motion that I made tonight on this policy is based on the fact that we went through a process that we have outlined. It's a very clear process. And it's a process that we take very seriously. And I thank Dr. Gonzalez, the staff members, the public, and fellow board member William Morelli for serving on it. And so that this motion really brings forward in a way that is according to our policies and that it's something that this board will now adopt or vote to adopt the recommendation.
So just so I understand what we're voting on, can I restate your motion and you'll tell me if I understand it? So the recommendation of the committee that we're asked to approve is that the book is available as a resource to professional educators who we're basically giving them the ability to discern when it's appropriate, but it's going to be done in the context of an approved lesson. It's not a book that's available in a general library or in a classroom library. Is that accurate? Am I stating it correctly?
Correct. I'll defer to Dr. Gonzalez, but that's exactly the point of the recommendation is to not ban the book outright because there's nothing within our policy that allows us to do that because it does still abide by the policy set forth. But it does recognize the fact that the book needs to be used by the appropriate trained and skilled professionals in an approved lessons and objectives.
So I guess my follow-up to that then is, and I've heard what you said about is that I think we need to be sure as a board, in terms of what our role is, that there are policies and procedures in place to guarantee that the educators have the support and the resources that they need to make that appropriate decision, right? So maybe we're not in a place to talk about that this evening, but it's definitely a follow-up to this. Given what happened, and certainly I don't think there's any, well, I won't speak for the board, but it is my view that the way in which this book was presented, particularly with the permission slip that was sent home, it wasn't appropriate, right? That's my view. And so my hope is that if the board approves this recommendation, that there's sufficient follow-up to make sure that our professional educators have what they need in order to appropriately use this as a resource to supplement their classroom lessons. Just a follow-up question on that?
Follow-up, it would need to be in an approved lesson, and no such lesson exists at this time, is that correct?
Correct.
Correct.
And that lesson would need to also be approved by the board. Is that correct?
No.
That's not correct.
The board would not approve individual lessons, they would approve curriculum. Curriculum would include the overarching themes, standards, and objectives, but the implementation of that would happen at the school level, and the review would happen at the administrative level, at the school level. And I think to the points that are being made, it requires additional professional development to ensure that we're providing our staff, both at the school and administrative level, with the appropriate ability to review lessons to ensure the appropriateness and the context in which lessons are being introduced. And I do want to, reiterate in my review of, what has taken place, that there was conversations that happened at the school level. There was professional development and learning that took place at the school level, but it was something that now we have the ability to put into the district level hands to ensure that it is confirmed part of the curriculum, part of the professional development work that we do and all connected.
Just to follow,
You keep talking and
Just to follow up, that's also part of the policy part that we were talking about before, that this approved lesson has to go up the ladder. It has to be approved, it has to be universal, and that's why, I forgot which constituent said, there are parts of the book that are just beautifully done, and then there are parts that may be problematic to some. And having it as a resource means that if you can pick and choose as a whole, what is the point of this book? What is the point of the lesson? And use that as a resource to help develop the conversation, the first conversation about race.
keep talking.
Okay.
They're adjusting the mic, so we are.
Okay, I'll back up on this a little too close. So I heard exactly what was said. I guess I'm just trying to understand. I mean, there are 600-700 books at least. I looked on Amazon and did some basic research, if you will. And there are hundreds of books on DEI, and why are we considering a book that we know there's problematic issues in it when there's such a wide selection of books out there? And I have one book I looked at on Amazon was All Are Welcome, which really presented a nice view from beginning to end when we're eating together. We're all different. We eat from different foods from different countries. We play together. We do our homework together. And it really presented a beautiful narrative of how our children should all interact with each other. And then, I guess with this wide selection of books, why are we focusing in on this one book when we know there's beautiful areas in the beginning of the book, and then it takes a slight turn? And I guess I'm just not clear on why we're really looking at this book when there's so many other options out there.
Well, if I could just comment based on my understanding of why we're talking about it, is that, there may be other books, and we certainly know we approved at our June 1st meeting a great many books that we purchased with a grant on the subject of racial literacy, and maybe there are items in those books that might be better suited for a particular lesson. But by keeping the book available as a resource for teachers, they are able to take a look at it, as Gretchen said, that there are parts that maybe everyone is comfortable with and that does the job of getting the lesson across. By banning it, you would remove it from any kind of comparison or perspective, and I don't think that's something that we who support public education want to do. We want to make sure that it sparks good conversation, and if it has been indicated that there's things about this particular book that a lot of community members have problems with, I think that would help guide the selection of other books that would perhaps do a better job or a different job of getting the point across in a less controversial way.
And I guess that's part of the question is, Dr. Gonzalez, when he gave us report, specifically said, we want to make sure the parents are comfortable with the material that we're presenting. And we've heard, obviously, from both sides that there's many people that aren't comfortable with this book and being age appropriate. So, for example, the early part of the book does talk about many children coming from all different areas and being together as one. But then when it gets into the protesting or the activism, I'm not sure whether someone at 4 or 5 years old should be exposed to that. When they're at the 6th grade and above, and they're in the high school, absolutely no issue with that at all. But why are we going and presenting certain particular areas of this book? And I guess that's what I want to understand is, if we're going to restrict certain areas of the book, I want to make sure areas of the book that the parents aren't comfortable with are not included, so if we want to cover the areas of the book the parents are comfortable with, that's fine. But if we get to areas where there's questions about them, we want to make sure that that's not being presented to a 4 or 5-year-old, and when they get older down the road, it's absolutely fine to present it to them. And I think that's the disagreements that a lot of parents have about the book that they're trying to express, but I think she's trying to take some of the emotion out of it.
So procedurally, sorry, I'm trying to.
No, all I was just to add was that the intent, if there was concerns, was not to remove the possibility for anything to create that consternation, but rather to open up the dialogue and the communication about the what the purpose is, the goal is, and the why we're using it, and really how we're using it in order to achieve those goals. So I would not, exclude the opportunity, which is the reason why I said that it may be used, because there may be an appropriate conversation that this could generate that parents could be comfortable having. And certainly I think that's where I want to make sure that the district has the room to have that conversation with their students and their parents as engaged partners. So again, this is not intended to, this evening, really to do anything other than address the specific complaint about this book, to continue to report out on the recommendation of the committee, but I think it does not ignore the concerns that were just expressed. People are uncomfortable, and we want people to be more comfortable, and that's going to be through work on our part as the school district to provide that understanding of the why, the how, of the units and the materials selected. So in the event that down the road another resource is available, it may present a different concern. But the most important thing is that our teachers and our parents have that communication, so that if there's any concerns on the part of the student being uncomfortable in any way on either side of the matter, we want to make sure that their needs are met, and certainly parents can be part of that conversation. So again, I think the idea is that it just provides that opportunity for that dialogue to take place, and I would hope that all of the resources that we're talking about are presented and both by the parent and the teacher in that general context.
So given the parents' concerns about the book, would we provide some sort of permission slip or something like that if the book was to be read?
In my experience, I've never provided a permission slip. I don't think it would be necessary. I think communication to our parents would certainly be in order to make sure that our parents are aware of our lessons and our curricular expectations. And if there's an area of concern or potential controversy, I would want to make sure our parents are engaged in that so that they could feel comfortable that their children are safe in that environment.
Okay, maybe a permission slip was not their appropriate language, but would a parent be notified should the book be presented as a material in the class, given that some parents are uncomfortable with the material or they can choose to have their child opt out?
Are you saying this particular book or just in general?
I'm just talking this particular book, given that I think 99.99% of the books are fine, but this one has created a controversy that is, it's really sad to see the neighbors who live on the same block fighting against each other, and this is not Westfield, and I want to just try to find a way that we can go and lower the temperature so people feel that the school board and the school administration are listening to the parents in some way. And I don't think there's any person in this room that wants to go and ban any of these books. I think they just have concerns with the material being presented and whether it's appropriate or not.
And I would just reiterate that I think the communication between the school and the parents would be imperative, so I don't see why a teacher or a school would not disclose, the use of this material or other materials in general about, the curricular initiative. So I would not want to hold the teachers or the administration to just, if this book ever came up, we send out a notice, but rather keep it as a, communication effort that continues to connect the schools and the homes together.
So, first I want to thank Dr. Gonzalez, and I want to thank the committee that put in all the work. I want to thank the parents. I'm really parents, my philosophy is, people's values where they spend their time and their money. So it's good to see how many parents care about their kids' education by showing up and spending their time.
That mic's not working, there's another mic. There's something wrong with that mic.
Is that better?
Oh, there we go. Yep. Okay.
Let me restate that. I want to thank Dr. Gonzalez and the teacher, or whoever was on the committee that assisted in reviewing the book and taking the complaint seriously. And I want to thank the parents for taking the time to be here. As I had stated before, my philosophy is that a person's values where they spend their time and their money. So you guys clearly value your kids' education, and we are grateful for that. And we value it because we're spending our time volunteering in this position. So I just want to kind of take it back a bit because I respect Mike's comments and Tara's comments and the parents' comments. But I've been here on the board for 10 months, which is not very long. And 3 things have happened so far. First, I've heard parents attack our teachers and principals when they invited Chris Campbell, an African-American man who was a graduate of Westfield Schools, who was a bronze medalist in wrestling in 1992 in the pride of Westfield. And they didn't want him to ever speak again because he said things that they simply didn't agree with. And their children were in high school, and they could have easily had that discussion at home, and there's nothing stopping them from doing that. And then we had parents who want to deny other parents' children, or other children, from being able to decide whether to take a power and privilege class as an elective in high school. And in doing so, they have defamed the teacher unjustly and denying essentially the choice for kids to do that. And now we're in a situation where they want to ban a book. And I respect people's differences of opinion. I think at least I can say from my position, my role is to respect the process and to respect the professionals and how we select books, how we make plans, education plans, or excuse me, teaching plans and curriculum plans, and that our role is to trust the experts, not lay people.
The parents are lay people? Yeah. The parents?
The parents are lay people and the board are lay people. And I think that if you want a high-quality institution, you want it to be managed and run by experts. And so I personally defer to the experts. But that does not prevent parents from having conversations with their children about whatever they want.
Matt's my expert, why are you there?
And also,
Excuse me, she's speaking.
I'm also concerned that every time a parent complains about a particular book, that then we set the precedent of banning books. I think all of us have books that we don't agree with, that are subjects that our students, our kids are learning. I have some myself, but what I do is I have a conversation with my child, and that's part of their education process. So I just want to end by saying, and putting this on the record, that I think one of the most notable achievements of the Westfield School District is recruitment and retention of excellent teachers. Our teachers are highly skilled, with years of experience, and many possess graduate degrees, including doctorates in education, which means they could be teaching at a university level. And all of this contributes towards teaching our students critical thinking skills that are essential for academic success in college and lifetime engagement as citizens. Thank you.
I just wanted to chime in procedure, Mike, that's why we were spending so much time talking about a book, and it's because a complaint was filed. That complaint process specifically is evaluating that one resource. So there are hundreds, thousands of books that may be better, but the process was specifically about this book, and whether it's age appropriate, aligns with curriculum, and a host of other factors. As the board, we're going to vote to either approve, reject, or modify the recommendations of the review committee. So Mike, you were asking about further restrictions. Are you asking to amend what we're talking about?
I would think that the book, given the nature, the beginning part of the book, and I don't know how we slice up a book, but the beginning part of the book is fine. It's when we get into the protesting part where it should be geared toward an older audience. Not that it's not being presented, and also not that it's being banned. I never said we should ban the book. I think it needs to be presented to an age-appropriate audience. And that's the concern of presenting it to pre-K, kindergarten, or first grade. Now, we're presenting topics. Kids don't know what protests are. Kids don't know what activism are. They're going to get there when they get to 5th, 6th, 7th grade. But we should be looking at when kids are in first grade, no matter what color we are, that we're all getting along together as one. Step one, that we're playing together. And just the presentation is really the issue with this particular book. And when I look at the All or Welcome book, that presentation is fine. And I have no problem with that particular book. It's this particular issue when we certain pages of the book where it causes an issue with the younger set.
The recommendation is to allow it to be used within the scope of, within the context of an approved lesson plan and objective. It's not,
What lesson plan?
no, there are no approved lesson plans for that book.
Right, and I guess how...
Exactly.
That's exactly the point. If there's no approved lesson plan, so are we going to create a lesson plan for kindergarten on activism?
No, absolutely not. That is not what's going to happen. I hear what you're
I guess
saying.
that's what I want to understand is where's a point where we can find this book that it's an appropriate use for certain pages, of course, but for other pages, are we just going to say, okay, pages 6, 7, and 8, I don't know what the pages are not appropriate for our district?
So according to policy, you cannot ban a book just because it's unpopular or controversial.
And I'm not saying to
No,
ban...
I understand. So what the committee found is that, and there are many people on the committee, and many people expressed a lot of concerns about the book, and many people expressed a lot of accolades about the book, or at least parts of it. But my understanding is, if this book were to be used, it would be used in a context that was a little bit more clear that it was inclusive. Because whether I felt it was inclusive or not doesn't matter, but if someone felt that way, that's not the goal. There was no bound intent here to indoctrinate or to call to action these 5-year-olds. The book is age appropriate because it is geared towards that age, but that doesn't mean it's the best book to teach the first conversation about race, but that doesn't mean the conversations should stop. That's the whole point of DEI. But can we, and should we, and will we, find better books to do this? Yes, this can be a resource because we're not going to remove it, we can't ban it, but we can say we'll use parts of this and we'll use other parts in the scope and sequence of a lesson that is approved by the higher-ups.
And regardless, our selection process and approval process for resource materials needs to be cleaned up. We recognize that. We didn't want to wait for those policies to be finalized before presenting the findings from the review committee. One more timely than the other.
And I believe this book is ages 4 to 8 as for the audience that's geared to. So I can't even say use this book in 6th grade because it's beyond that age range. It's just, but what we don't, I guess it's just, where are we with it in that we say, okay, we might use it in a future lesson plan, but there could be many other books available. And I'm just not clear on how will this book then be used, because we don't have a plan for, okay, we're going to pull out of this book. There's many other books that provided that may do a better job or may do a worse job. I don't know. I haven't read every book, and like someone said, the teachers are the experts on what material that they should use, but we have some controversial information in this book that parents are not comfortable in presenting to their children. And we need to take that into consideration.
So what are you recommending?
I'm recommending, I guess what I'm recommending is certain parts of the book should not be presented to the younger set of students. And I guess they'll have to go to the book review committee because I'm not educated enough to go and determine what's appropriate and what's not appropriate. But the controversial topics within the book should be excluded from future lesson plans. And the other part of the book should be, and that the book committee determine what's considered controversial.
part of the reason, Mike, that you're having a hard time articulating or amending the motion is because, to Sahar's point, it's not our job. We don't know how to do it. And there's no way in which the book can be parsed, right? And so I think that we're going down a rabbit hole if that's what we think that we're here to do tonight. And so I think there's a motion for us to either accept or reject the committee's recommendation. I'm thinking, I don't know what rejecting it means. I think
And that's the problem. I don't even know what accepting it means.
So procedurally, if the motion is to accept the limitations proposed by the committee, if we reject the proposed limitations, we're allowing unrestricted use.
The book stands.
The book stands as available, unrestricted. If we accept the limitations, we are, as stated in the committee's document.
Right.
And if there's a modification that the board approves, we can modify.
And I think it's fair to say there's a mix of opinions of whether people like this book and think it's appropriate, don't like this book, don't think it's appropriate. And I think what we're losing sight of here is that what the book review committee is recommending is that any reference to any part of this book would be in the context of a guided lesson by trained professionals. And those members of the public that might have been here for the 6 to 7 o'clock hour, we heard in greater detail the roles and responsibilities of board members and where our rules stop. And our role is not to determine whether an individual book in the context of an individual lesson is appropriate. What our policy lines out is if we have a complaint, which we have, about a resource material or a textbook, and this is a resource material because it was read aloud in several classes, then we follow the procedure that we have outlined as a board. And that's what we've done. And that's why Rob made the motion to accept the limitation on usage that is recommended by the book review committee.
Thank you. Can I ask 2 questions? Sure. So if we vote no to the recommendation, you're saying the book can be used this year in any class that any teacher wants, is that correct?
Well, if we're accepting limitation, that means that it
But
is...
I just want to confirm, as a playlist, yes, that's what that means. I just want to confirm that I heard that correctly. So if we reject the recommendation, that means any teacher can use the book in any context that they would like, as of now?
Correct.
Is that correct? Okay.
Yeah, no,
And that's not correct?
No, what I would say is that if the board does not have to accept the limitation, it means that the board has not placed any restrictions on its use. However, where the restrictions would come in administratively. So we would still require, as administration, both centrally and at the school level, to ensure the alignment to district-approved curriculum, to ensure that the connection to district initiatives and appropriate professional development takes place, that those would still be safeguards that would be in place to ensure that it is a resource, or in this case, if it is not approved by the board, then it could potentially make its way into a classroom library if the administration permits it to be used as such. But again, it would simply mean that the board does not restrict the administrative usage in the way that the committee is recommending. But it does not negate the ability of administration to employ the same oversight and expectations for alignment to our curriculum.
Which would happen if we voted to approve the limitation on usage.
The same would apply in both cases, regardless of whether the board approves the limited use or rejects the limited use and allows for broader use of it. It still requires the administration responsibility to tie it to curriculum and standards in our program.
And nothing would restrict the administration from further adding limitations beyond what the board's tying the administrative hands on this book.
Can I ask my second question? One of the members of the public suggested that this book is actually breaking laws and illegal. I'd like you, Dr. Gonzalez, to address that comment in particular, because I just want to be aware if that's actually factually accurate.
Well, I think the allegations were that we were breaking the law because we were discriminating against students by segregating their experiences and making them feel bad for that. None of that occurred in our classroom, so I have no basis.
Well, how do you know that children who read this book didn't feel discriminated against?
I didn't say that. I said that there was no intent on the part of the teacher to do that. I can't speak to the individual feelings, but I can certainly say that in all the work that we do, if a student is experiencing something because of the intent of the teacher, that would certainly be problematic. But if there's feelings that were experienced after the fact, certainly is not something that the administration or the teachers were intending to do, or as I said, had any malintent.
So is it a gray area right now then?
No, I don't think it's a gray area at all.
So you're kind of putting him in a tough spot because you're asking him to give you legal advice. He's not a lawyer.
I'm not asking him that.
You're asking him if he violated Title VI.
That's not correct. I asked his opinion on it based on his experience.
But he's not a lawyer.
That
That's
wasn't
not a legal
I'm
question.
just asking his opinion on it.
On whether we violated Title VI.
Yeah, I wanted to know what he thought about that comment.
So I would suggest that no one on this board give any kind of legal advice or anything.
I wasn't asking for legal advice, I'll just make that clear. Matt, you got that right? I wasn't asking for legal advice. Okay, thank you.
One question, Dr. Gonzalez, when you mentioned the administration, who would actually do the final review of the book to determine whether it should be included in a lesson or not? Because I hear administration, but it's not necessarily clear on what.
Sure, I think there are several levels of administrative oversight. At the school level, the principals and or the supervisors provide the oversight of what is being taught and what resources are being used. At the more global level, at the district level, you have the content area supervisors and the assistant superintendent of curriculum who provide that guidance as well. But ultimately, on the day-to-day basis, it's the responsibility of the school level administration and supervisors who provide oversight to the day-to-day instruction.
And I guess that maybe we wanted to amend it. I guess what I'd like to see, given that what's happened with this particular book and the controversial topics and how it in a sense came in through the back door, I think if we should have at least assistant superintendent of curriculum approval or your approval to go and say, okay, this book is okay to be presented to the students in this particular lesson plan and it's appropriate for the age of the students. Given that in the past, at the supervisor level, we had things happen that we weren't aware of.
And just to reiterate, I think that's the purpose of the policy review, and I think that's exactly what we'd like to do, is figure out an appropriate way that we can put those measures in place.
When we review 2510 and 2530, then revise the approval and adoption processes for the districts, whether it's board adoption of textbooks, which is a state mandated requirement, or the district selection of resource materials. Whatever, the final policy that we put together will spell out the specific framework for who approves what.
Will the approval automatic tonight, and assuming, I know we need to make adjustments, but will the approval tonight automatically then, with any book, be applied, the policy would then apply to that going forward once we make those modifications?
Once we modify the policy, yes, it will.
Okay.
And
So to repeat the motion? Rob, would you mind? I'm sorry, did I cut anybody off who has anything else to say? Okay, all right, Rob?
Since the book review committee was comprised of the representatives outlined in board policy number 9130, titled Public Complaints and Grievances, followed the procedure outlined in said policy, and recommends that the book is best used as an interactive read aloud where educated professionals can skillfully present this information and help facilitate these important conversations, I make a motion that the board accepts the recommendation of the book review committee to not place the book to replace the book, Our Skin, A First Conversation About Race, in the general classroom library, but to keep it as a resource material to be used within the context of an approved lesson and objective.
All right, and that was seconded by Greg. Okay. Can we vote on that motion, please?
And a roll call, please.
Sahara Aziz. Yes. Mike Keelan.
Yes.
Brendan Gallagher.
yes.
Rob Garrison.
Yes.
Leila Morelli.
Yes.
Gretchen Older.
Yes.
Kara Porto. I abstain. Joel Tell.
Yes.
Amy Ruth.
Yes. So, we interested to
Yes.
review those policies again when they come up.
I'll take it.
Okay, all right, that's great. And then We actually have a second curriculum item, which is approval of an overnight field trip, STEM-related, Edison field trip that's been going on for a number of years. Sounds like a lot of fun. We've gotten a lot out of it. There's been any number of board members over the years who volunteered to chaperone, but of course, we're not qualified, so we don't. I guess a thank you for seconding the motion. Before I got lost. Any questions or comments about item number 2?
Just want to quickly say how wonderful it is that our students are going on the
To reiterate Sarah's comment into the microphone, Sahar said how wonderful it is that our students get to go on these kind of STEM-oriented field trips.
Yes. All right. Roll call. Sahara Reed. Yes. Mike Stevens.
Yes.
Brenda Gallagher.
Yes.
Rob Gallagher.
Yes.
Leila Morelli. Yes. Gretchen Muller. Yes. Kara Porter. Yes. Bill McDowell. Yes. Amy Reed.
Yes. All right, and I'm afraid I did not do a good job of doing a board report on our first SIP meeting of the year, which was on the 23rd of September. It was mostly a planning meeting, talking about some broader issues. We did also talk about a comment that had been raised at a previous board meeting about potential changes to the health curriculum and physical education curriculum. I think some of what was read into public comment came from a source that is not going to be considered and used. In the development of our curriculum in the Westfield School District, we will be following the standards that are outlined by the state of New Jersey, which are very different. We hope to have more to share on that in the future. That is one of our district goals, is the addressing of the requirements in those standards. So we'll be hearing more about those as we go forward, but hope that helps. And our next meeting will be, I believe it's October 21st. Moving on to finance. Rob?
Thank you, Amy. I have items number 1 through 11. Can I get a second? Thank you, Brendan. I'll point out 4 items here. Items 1 and 10 relate to the work contract to our engineers in the amount of $23,000 for roof replacement and renovation at Franklin Elementary School. Item number 9 is, hold on a second, to accept a mini grant from Westfield High School World Languages teacher Marissa Milas, if I'm saying that right, awarded by the Italian American Committee on Education, otherwise known as IACE, in the amount of $265.60. The fund will be used to purchase instructional materials for Westfield High School. And then also item number 11, which is to approve withdrawal of $45,183 from maintenance reserve account for boiler repair at the administration building. And that was due to damage caused by Ida. And we're doing this through one of the contracts that we're allowed to do through one of the co-ops we belong to. And so it's the best way, the easiest way to expedite that, to get the much needed boiler repair at the administration building. Sorry.
Yeah. On number 11, I believe Rita filed an insurance claim. We don't know how much or if any of it will be covered, but we can't wait for that.
That's the point.
Well, we have to have the heat on by October 5th. So.
Yes. Sahara Reed. Yes. Mike Phelan.
Yes.
Brandon Gallagher.
Yes.
Robert Garrison.
Yes.
Leila Morelli. Yes. Gretchen Olin. Yes. Kara Porto. Same. Toma Patel. Yes. Amy Reed. Yes.
Do we have a next meeting yet?
Oh, I'm sorry. I sat back in my chair.
That's all right.
Well, yes, we do.
Okay.
We have our next meeting coming up this Friday morning. Thank you.
Okay, technology and communication, correct?
Yes, we had a meeting on September 24th for the communication side. Mary Ann started off with providing us with a review. If you all link to the portal, she has hyperlinks too, so you can see she sort of summarized Dr. Gonzalez's meetings and outreach for the beginning of the year for all of us and the work that he's been doing to reach out to the community and increase our communication. Further on that, she provided an update on our District 4 goal and updated the communication methods. I'm just going going to read these because they're so extensive. I think it's really useful to read it into the record. So monthly e-newsletter, district YouTube channel, increased use of infographics and video, continued use of analytics to monitor digital engagement. We're also using analytics for district social media and the Safe Return website. So she showed us how those analytics revealed increased engagement for August and September. We did a live stream test, as Dr. Gonzalez said, for the September 21st BOE meeting. We're hoping to be able to live stream these meetings going forward. And so a lot of work done so far with communication, more obviously to come. And then Brian Ocker gave us an update on the technology side and said that to date, first grade and new students have all gotten new Chromebooks. Second, third, and fourth grade student Chromebooks were distributed after they were tested, will be distributed after there is testing in October to make sure that they're compliant. And then over 1,300 Chromebooks are being used for testing at the high school currently. So when that's done, then it'll also be able to feed into the second and third and fourth grade Chromebook distribution that's going to happen. New interactive projectors were installed at Jackson, McKinley, and Washington. We're still waiting on some parts for some others. And then he sort of gave us additional updates about intents for the district to apply for additional Chromebooks using federal aid. So as usual, our technology department is on top of making sure that piece is up and running. And maybe they can fix Sahar's microphone next meeting. So our next technology and communication meeting is October 15th at 8 a.m. That's it.
Gretchen, can I add one point to that?
Of course.
Just one thing, Gretchen mentioned the number of Chromebook purchases that we've had, and we're waiting on some testing to be completed before we distribute it. But by the time all the Chromebooks arrive, every student in the district will have their own Chromebook, their own personal Chromebook to use. So when they get to first grade, they're going to have a Chromebook that they're going to carry with them. Obviously, it'll be refreshed every 5 years, so they won't have a 12-year-old Chromebook when they hit 12th grade. But that is a major accomplishment.
So I just want to also thank Mike, because I've been on the technology committee for the few months I've been on the board, and I know he's a staunch advocate of leveraging technology for our district. So I think that you've been doing a great job in keeping us always caring about that. And thanks, Dr. Gonzalez, for, I know you're still new, but for at least dealing with that, and of course, our IT department. I think the board is certainly eager, right, to incorporate technology.
Anything else? We don't have next meeting, do we?
Yeah, I said it, then I closed it. I think it's the 15th at 8 a.m.
Right, got it. Okay. All right, there's, I think, I'd like the board to consider the notes for the record. Do we have any unfinished business? No. Any new business? No. Okay. Liaison reports? Yes, Rob?
Yes, the Wilson PTO had its first meeting of the year. I don't know when, because I actually moved, honestly. I don't recall now. I think it was last Wednesday. And I wanted to commend co-chairs Anna Falchi as well as Anne Marie Tompkins. They had some big work ahead of them, a lot of efforts to help raise money. COVID has really hurt the ability of PTOs to raise the money that they used to because a lot of these in-person events can't be done. And they're coming up with some amazingly creative ways of doing that. And also, it was great to have the new principal of Wilson, Ms. Marsh, there. So that was fantastic to hear her give an overview of the beginning, first couple weeks of school. It was a really great meeting, and as always, the work that the PTOs do are to be commended, and they do yeoman's work, and so much that parents may not see, but it's so appreciated by this board. I'm sure I can speak for the whole board by saying that, as well as the faculty and staff.
Can I just add to that they did a fabulous job with the movie night, and it was completely sold out, both for non-members and PTO members, so it was really nice to see. I also have a liaison. Okay. LinkedIn. I did check in with Lincoln, and I wanted to just report that school is off to a really great start. They did say busing is still a challenge. I think you know that. I just wanted to bring it to the top again and see if there's any way we can help with the busing situation for them. It would be greatly appreciated, specifically the Franklin bus home. Additionally, kindergartners they will have their apples distributed at back to school night, which is very exciting. And they also have a pumpkin patch event this Friday the 22nd, not this Friday, but Friday, October 22nd, to purchase pumpkin, cider, and other items to support the Lincoln PTO.
I'm the liaison report as well. Also, I can't find my twins' apples, so if anybody wants to sell me their kids' apples, I'm happy to pay. I've looked everywhere. So Jefferson had its first executive PTO meeting, very similar to what Sarah and Rob were saying. They're really thinking outside of the box. They expressed some concerns about not being able to provide the students with the outside lunches that they've been bringing in, and how people are willing to volunteer, and so it's non-contact, they're paying from ceilings. I mean, they were really trying to figure out how to make this year as normal as possible. And they are really happy with how the school year has started. They're off to a good start. So even with the construction, everything was, yeah, they're doing great.
I always have the days on
Yes, you
the
do. What are you telling us about?
October 1st, NJSBA Board of Directors. Hit on multiple points. Their staff is back in office for the first time in 19 months. So if anybody has to reach out to the association for any reason, we can actually get them on the phone for the first time. Workshop 2021, it will be virtual again this year, as I've announced in the past. They have promised, well, they said last year, to be back in person next year. Hopefully. It's always been a wonderful opportunity for a couple days to interact with other boards and spend some social time together as a board. Invaluable. I know Rob and you doing it in the past. They are starting their strategic plan. We expect to have that out in the spring. They do a 10-year strategic plan. This appears to be focused mostly on professional development opportunities and how to ensure that we're all better board members. And lastly, they've issued their 5th comprehensive report on the pandemic. Hopefully their final. But this is, it's a 100-page report, thereabouts, called Rebuilding Opportunities for Students. And it's about tapping into what we've learned and how we've changed education and continuing best practices, while not forgetting the vital importance of in-person instruction, leveraging the opportunities in the classroom that our students have. Thank you.
Amy, if I may, slightly out of order, but I also wanted to mention, since our next meeting is going to be after the fact, Adams Fest is coming up. So at the 16th and 17th, there are a number of activities going on for both family and for adults. So please check out the municipality's website, as well as, I don't know, there's some sort of Adams Fest website as well.
Rob, just a clarification on that. It's on adamsfest.com. The municipal website would not have that. But yeah, the tickets go on sale, and I know there's the highly anticipated Charlie's Gel Garden that goes on sale Thursday day.
Any other liaison reports? No? All right. Excuse me. So now is the point in the agenda when we will take public comments on any items. Since some people have arrived since I read the advice to the public at our first public comment period, I'm going to read it again. So bear with me. I'll go as quickly as I can. During this portion of the meeting, members of the public are invited to address the Board of Education on any topic. The board requests that individuals state their name and address for the record, and ask that all remarks be directed to the board president and not to individual board members or staff or audience members. The board asks that members of the public be courteous and mindful of the rights of other individuals when speaking, Specifically, comments regarding personnel matters are discouraged and cannot be responded to by the board. As we said before, please don't call out staff members by name. Students and employees have specific legal rights afforded by the laws of New Jersey. The board bears no responsibility nor will be liable for any comments made by members of the public. If a matter concerning a district staff member is of interest or concern to a resident, the matter should be referred to the responsible building principal, superintendent of schools, or the Board of Education, either by telephone, letter, or email. Although the board may not respond to comments raised during the public forum, all public comments will be considered. Please note that if any member of the public becomes disrupted during the meeting, the board president may terminate the participant's statement. Continued disruptions may result in removal of the meeting, from the meeting, or adjournment of the meeting. Each speaker's statement will be limited to 3 minutes in duration. Okay, and having said that, who would like to come address? Mr. Kulczynski? Just to clarify, people can comment once during the first portion of the meeting and once during the second portion of the meeting. That's allowed.
Thank you.
One second.
Thank you, Derek.
I think this is free time. I think that's free time. Okay. So we had a discussion prior about experts. I think that's important, especially about dealing with this book. So I am trained as an attorney, and my expertise is not in that. I've been involved with, in the middle of my career, I was involved with the plaintiffs bar quite a bit. And later, as a senior manager in my organization, I've dealt with a lot of HR issues as well. So let me just tell you from my perspective. I think this was a mistake that you made. First of all, procedurally, I think the motion should have been separated into the book and then what to do with the book. Otherwise, you left a lot of members no choice but to sort of force them to agree. Second one, so one of the other things I think the board did is they made a mistake. This is a Title VI complaint. It should have been recognized as such because it went against protected characteristics. Remember, it's protected characteristics under Title VI. And once you see a complaint covering up characteristics, it is your imperative to make sure that you get that in. Second of all, speaking of experts, I heard the people on the board, on the review committee, none of those are attorneys. And I appreciate that this may be something that's done within the context of education, but you're talking about civil rights law. Okay, and the rationale did include a lot of aspirational statements, a statement from the museum, but I did not hear anything about the law. They said, again, protected characteristic should always be looked at under the law, and that's without a doubt. You, as a public organization, as opposed to a private company, have a much larger stake in that than any other private company. You should always be cognizant of a Title VI violation. I do, now Dr. G, I'm a little bit more expert in legal. Like I said, I went to law school, so no offense, but I do believe that you're wrong on some of the specifics. I believe under civil rights law, under these in a corporate environment, the intent is to do the action, not to cause harm. Harm is subjective to the victim. Now, I could be wrong about this, but that's how we do it in the HR framework. So if the kids were harmed, the teacher intended to read the book, and the kids were harmed, you have liability. So as a result, I do, and I do want to also add, there are a lot of people talking about the D&I law. Remember, the civil rights law trumps any state law. That's how we got rid of Jim Crow. Okay, and that's got it. Okay, so I do suggest that the committee establish a Title VI policy for review whenever you have a complaint that covers protected characteristics, protect the board, protect the school district, you have with lawyers who can go over and say, is this something, given the age, because at this age, this is right in, if you look at the Civil Rights Division of the DOE, Department of Education in the U.S., at that age, there's a much lower threshold for liability. Okay, so please establish a Title VI committee with lawyers as experts. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Schaefer?
I want to thank you for letting me speak again. I was having a bit of an asthma attack when I came up last time, which is why I was late. So I apologize for that.
Sorry, name and address. We didn't
Brad
have that.
Schaefer, 614 Fairmont Avenue.
Thank you.
I heard one of the criteria for the book was that it be factually accurate. This phrase, a long time ago, way before you were born, a group of white people made up 98 called race. I'd like to see a show of hands of how many of you think that's factually accurate. Okay. I would like to address in particular an utter misrepresentation of the previous meetings. First of all, those of us who did object to Chris Campbell did so because he was brought here, this is for the record, he was brought here to talk about his time at Westfield and his experiences as an African American in the United States. Very important. But what he went on to was to describe the founding fathers as monsters, excuse me, called Israel an apartheid state. Said the United States, slavery is legal, and he praised Cuba, among other things. I don't know. I think that we could have picked a better speaker than that. All right?
Yes.
Also, we're being accused of being against critical thinking because we were against the class. We were not against the class. We're against the way the class was presented. There's not one conservative book in the entire reading list. Not one. Not one Thomas Sowell, not one Booker T. Washington, not one Clarence Thomas. You can ban books by just ignoring them as well. So who really wants book banning? And who's really against critical thinking? I have no problem with a class like that. Just make it fair. Finally, I'm just going to say this. Again, my voice is shot and I apologize. You don't want asthma and you don't want to have a mask when you do. I did challenge you before to show me one nation in history, I'm going to repeat myself, so magically pluralistic as ours, that has survived once division superseded unity, and the ethnicities and tribes began to take up sides, where hate was championed over love, where differences were stressed, and our common bonds mocked. I will save you the trouble. The answer is no nation exists like that. The greatest myth of all empires is permanence, and they almost always collapse from within. In your small way today, by allowing a factually inaccurate book, and I'm sorry, is a racist book. That, if you substituted any other race for white, no one in here would want to approve that book, nor should you. So in your small way, you kind of made that happen. And it doesn't have to be that way. We have a choice to make. We can either teach our children to love and respect each other, or to look upon one another with suspicion and resentment. Who in the right mind would choose the latter over the former? Thank you.
Steve Kircher, 791 Nolan Terrace. I'm here tonight to ask the Board of Education not to support moving forward with a letter of intent for the EIS fields. There are a great many reasons not to support this project. I'll focus on two. Keller Stadium already exists. The fields behind Edison are heavily used as is, and it's a very busy intersection. Parking is a problem, we all know that. Now we think it's a great idea to take 250,000 square feet of artificial plastic grass and plaster it over the majority of that field. And the mayor wants to approve this project without a traffic study, a parking study that will only be done until supposedly December 1st. It's already dangerous, so let's throw some more traffic in there. And let's not forget, the town of Westfield citizens were polled scientifically, and new soccer fields were a medium priority. Medium. And it wasn't even the first top of the medium priority list. It was dead set in the middle of the medium priority list. Scientifically done poll. Right? Not an opinion poll on Facebook or any of that kind of nonsense. Done by scientists. Please don't facilitate the mayor and the town council pushing this project down the collective throats of the town. Don't forget that the mayor said on September 20th at Edison, this is the best first step. The first step. Let that sink in. 250,000 square feet is the first step. Now we want to go to Memorial Park and plaster that over. Then Elm Street and plaster that over. When's it going to stop? Who knows? Maybe it'll be like the movie The Lorax, and it won't end until everything's used up. Secondly, pre-disclosure, I'm not an environmentalist. I'm not a tree hugger. But I do enjoy the outdoors, as Ms. Patel knows. Ignore for a moment the nasty chemicals in the making of turf. Plastic comes from oil. And the forever chemicals known as PFAS, which build up, they never break down, they build up in our water and our soil and our food. Please go home tonight and look in your mirror and say to yourself, I will give my permission to the mayor and town council and the company to dump 80,000 shredded tires in my town. Yes, I will support that. That is really what the mayor and the town council are asking you to approve. It's not a Sportsville. You can do that in grass. Do you want to make Westfield a dumping ground for used tires? And remember, 80,000 is 40,000 roughly per. This is just a start. So you get another 80,000 Memorial and maybe another 40,000 at Elm Street. Do the math. It's out of control. So I ask you, don't support this project moving forward. Tell the mayor and town council we have better choices, we have better economic uses for our money, and we don't need lighted sports complexes in residential neighborhoods, and use grass, not turf. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. George? Over to you next.
Kyle George, 605 Short Hills Court. Chris Campbell made anti-Semitic remarks. Yes, I have a problem with that. Parents are lay people. I'm an expert. I'll look for that in the next campaign slogan. Anytime you hear, trust me, I'm an expert, run because you're not dealing with an expert. Anyone who's knowledgeable in a field knows that there's always more to learn in that field. Trained professionals are going to be teaching the book. It's the same people who brought it in and approved it and used it the first time. Let me get this straight. Any teacher can go to Barnes & Noble, because that's what they did, and buy a book and use it with no oversight of the DOE. No consequences. Why would, and this is just confirmed that there will be no consequences, and they're going to do it again. The wordsmithing in this report is exactly how it was used last year. There's no change. Up the ladder, you said. The problems are the rungs in the ladder. You did nothing to address that. Your review committee sounds like it was comprised of the foxes guarding the hen house. If anyone whose name was on the professional development that I mentioned earlier was on the review committee, then it was improperly conducted. As for the book itself, as a previous speaker said, please cite when this meeting of all white people occurred, based on this factual information that you got from a museum. So that when my daughter, who's in kindergarten, gets read this book or an excerpt of it by some sort of plan lesson, exactly like happened last year, I can explain it to her. And explain to her the factual basis for when this happened. Previous person asked you to raise your hand if you thought that that was true. Nobody raised their hand. Why is that book still there? You're shaking your head at me. What are you shaking your head at me about?
Wait.
Okay.
Yep.
All racism is wrong. Incidents of racism do not justify racism in return. DEI is not the same as CRT. We can't use these terms interchangeably. How can we even discuss this if people keep using the terms interchangeably and everybody is confused? CRT is not about teaching history. It's based on the ideology that America is hopelessly racist and that we've made no progress, and that race should be considered in every interaction. And its proponents think this is a necessary evil. We're better than this. Why are we doing this? What problem are we trying to solve by keeping this book in the school so that it can be used exactly the same way it was last time? Finally, I think these are elected officials. When there are problems, the buck stops with them. And simply ceding your authority and saying you're just powerless to do anything about it is unacceptable. The people of Westfield demand better.
Thank you.
Curry Malik, 238 Grove Street. I just want to start off by thanking you again. I know these meetings have been long, and thank you for all your work. So I wanted to step discuss two issues that I think are impacting our students on a daily basis right now. And one of them is the district's policy on homework. So for anyone who thinks that Westfield's education is not at the highest level, trust me, it is 100% academic focused. And I'm here to actually ask you guys to reconsider the policy on homework. I read that for grades 6 through 8, 45 to 90 minutes of homework time is expected, and my 8th grader is doing probably 3 hours of homework right now. And then for 9th to 12th grade, it's 30 to 45 minutes per academic subject, and more for AP and honor students. So we're taking math, science, history, lit, foreign languages, all of that into consideration. Most of our students are highly motivated, are taking a lot of these higher level classes, and they're doing homework for 5 hours a night already. And I just want to say that after a year where they were already kind of overwhelmed and anxious and depressed, I would like the district to maybe just look at that policy again and maybe consider, talking to the principals and the teachers about whether the numbers still make sense. So that was the first thing. And the second thing is the garbage and the litter that is already building up in the vicinity of the schools. So I know the Board of Ed lists rules of conduct as pupils shall not create litter on school property. But what about all the streets around the school when they're walking to school or being dropped off? So I run almost every morning, and I go past Westfield High School and Edison and sometimes Tamaulipas, and I pick up 2 or 3 bags of litter, including masks, Starbucks containers and straws, the Juuls, pens, pencils. I mean, literally things in storm drains that litter all along the street. So it really bothers me, and I think the students should be made aware of that. So I think there have to be certain, I don't know, I feel like there should be a way to address this. So either their staff needs to clean it up, or preferably students need to do cleanups so they can see the impact of their litter. I think at least the principal should be addressing this and discussing it with students in the morning announcements. And I'm not against admonishments, obviously privately, not in front of others, but they should be called out for doing it. And then I don't know if the Board of Ed needs to contract with the town to have more street cleanups around there, but I do think these are things that are directly today impacting our students and our community. Thank you.
I'd like to echo the concerns about the volume of homework. I see it filtering through multiple grade levels. I have a middle schooler and a high schooler. I see it really starts in the middle school in particular. I see it in the language arts and science curriculums. The reading with a pen, in particular in 7th grade, filters all the way on up, and seems to create a lot of constrained and unnecessary work that is very geared towards one specific student. I'd ask that you look at that curriculum and that you also talk to special services and see whether or not that's been looked at, to see whether or not that really addresses the needs of all students, or whether or not that needs to be looked at more broadly as far as note-taking goes. Separately, I wanted to say that once again, I support the DEI initiatives of the district. I support the power of privilege and balanced teacher in classes, and I'm really glad to have heard the superintendent's support of the teacher who has done a wonderful job for my child who spoke earlier this evening. I also support the decision that was made earlier this evening regarding the book, and I'm glad that the fact-finding of the Smithsonian is more valid than Breitbart. I hope that nobody raised their hand when that question was asked of you, because frankly that stunt did not merit a response. Thank you.
Thank you, Morris, 760 Boulevard. Racism is also the things people do and the unfair rules they make about race so that white people get more power. Not past, they make now. Racist? Why don't you raise your hand if you're racist? I guess it's the theme is that we all are, right, if you're white. But if you're not white, that doesn't apply to you. Is that the case? You don't take a comment like that to a 5-year-old? Kid comes home from school. Oh my God, Mommy, Daddy, we're all racist. Because it's not past tense, that's present. Wait, you guys went through just gymnastics to try to get this book. You know, first of all, nice setup. Heads I win, tails you lose. There was no vote to make. Abstain was the only vote to make, if you're sane. So we start out with a high school class. You know, it's elective. We don't even go to middle school. Let's just go to the little kids. We can sear it into their brains. I'm just dumbfounded how moronic this entire conversation was tonight. And now you could think that that's okay. Oh, well, we'll cut out that page. I'm not going to cut out that page. They're going to read it, and not only are they going to read it, but it's going to be a live class. So if someone says, oh, I don't know about that. Oh, let me tell you, little Jimmy, little Susie, if you're white, this is what you're doing, you're racist. It's interesting to me that CRT is all based on identity, group identity, and how important that is. Not individuals, there's no such thing as individuals, you're part of a group identity. Yet you're taking an entire group identity and slapping them with racism. It's disgusting. It's stupid, and it's disgusting. And you ought to know that. You're adults, for Christ's sake.
Gentleman in the back.
My name is Timothy Eaton. I live at 762 Knollwood Terrace. I wanted to talk about the Innocent View project. As it stands, after the September 20th public meeting, will still, in its present form, ruin our surrounding neighborhoods. There are three important purposes of government, which include protecting the rights of its citizens, keeping citizens and their property safe and secure, and establishing order, stability, and peace for its citizens. The Edison Field project really does none of these in its current form. We are asking you to save our neighborhoods. We have talked many times about the artificial turf situation. It was moved down to 250,000 square feet, but it's still much, much too large. It isn't safe with its chemical pollutants, its high levels of heat, and more orthopedic injuries to people, including children, using the field. In an interesting letter to the editor of the Leader, Frank Tadaro, who is actually a neighbor of mine, stated that the Players Association of the NFL agrees that natural grass is safer than artificial turf, and is actually asking the NFL to move and change the fields back to natural grass. Secondly, the towering lights and the increased field activity, which we have talked about at many of the meetings, including night games, will increase noise levels, traffic congestion, and parking in our neighborhoods. Order, stability, and safety will be diminished,
Increased parking on neighborhood streets every day will become an unwanted and permanent reality. A sports complex of this size with lights and artificial turf does not belong in the Edison neighborhood or in any other residential neighborhood in Westfield. Our property, our health, and way of life need to be protected, not diminished. A multi-location solution without lights and without artificial turf is really the equitable solution. The Edison Field plan might be a solution for increased field capacity, but it will cause significant problems for the surrounding neighborhoods. Which really means it's really no solution at all. It's just shifting a problem from one constituency in Westfield to another. This then really becomes no solution at all, as I said before, with negative permanent impact on our residential neighborhoods. Once again, we are asking you to really talk to the town council, the recreation committee, about moving down a different path, where we're just talking about grass fields and looking for other locations to increase field capacity without extra hours. Okay, thank you.
Emily Barker, 434 Longfellow. First, thank you, Ms. Root, for clarifying that the federal document will not be used to assess the sex ed curriculum. I've done some research and I've found that several districts in the state have pushed the New Jersey state guidelines away and used the SECAS document, which is why I use that as an example, especially in Lawrenceville, New Jersey. You look, they're using a book called It's Perfectly Normal, which is perfectly inappropriate. I just also have a question. Given the decision of the committee with the Our Skin book that it's deemed indeed appropriate for 5-year-olds, is it the position of the superintendent and the board that the oppressor narrative is deemed an appropriate way to execute the DEI mandate in this district? Parents, I think, deserve transparency into this thinking so we're clear as to what to expect from teachers.
Jill Baker, Vogel, and I'm Baker Avenue. I'd like to really know who was on that committee, the teachers and principals. We probably won't be able to find out, but I'm curious. So since I was a parent, and everybody knows regarding this book, it's very personal to me. And I assume that the principal at Lincoln will be the final say into what lesson plans get accepted and which ones don't. Maybe I'm wrong. But I'm going to read some emails between myself and the principal at Lincoln. The principal, and this is verbatim. The permission slip was for the Clementine. Miss Blank supplied information about the book as a courtesy of families. Typically, families review the information and reach out with questions or concerns before said lesson. Then I went back and asked, I'm confused here. All right, and then the principal came back and said the permission slip was for the Clementine. Sorry, I already read that. I started at the wrong spot. Our Skin, all right, I'm just gonna go, what she stated was that, to clarify, there's no confusion on my part. This nonfiction text addresses grade level New Jersey state learning standards in English, language arts, and social studies. This is the person that approved the lesson and is going to approve it again. I started in the wrong spot, that's why I'm all confused. Somebody on the board, or multiple people, said that this book could spark good conversation, appropriate conversations. And Lincoln School is a school that serves 4 to 6-year-old children. I'm just curious how many of you have had really good conversations with 5 and 6 and 4-year-old children. When you talk about white supremacy and white suppression, activism, marching, BLM, all of this that was in the book, how do you think these kids are going to respond to this book? Do you think it's going to be a good conversation? Because I have daily conversations with my little children, and it doesn't go very well. It doesn't get very far. I also want to state that regarding the day that the book was read, I didn't send my child to school. I know Chapter 32 wants to create a safe and inclusive environment for all. There's been multiple parents that have gotten up here with current kindergarten students, and they have already stated their concern with this book, and I'm just curious when parents start pulling their kids out because they don't believe that this is a safe or inclusive environment for their children, legally, what that's going to do and how you guys are going to react to it. I don't think we thought this through, and I really think that, maybe you need to look into it further. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Jessica Miles, 122 Virginia Street. First, I want to thank the board. I was remiss in not doing so before, having heard others done so. Just another example, I take this great school district and the work of this school board for granted, so let me not do that anymore. Let me thank you also for listening to the evidence that was gathered by the group that looked into the issue with the book for the kindergartners and investigated that and listening to the evidence and proceeding accordingly. And a gentleman spoke earlier about the legality of this decision. I also went to law school. I've been a practicing lawyer for over 25 years, and I now teach full-time at law school. But I trust that whatever legal counsel the school district has will handle this issue and has been handling this issue. I don't have any concerns. I have some humility about how I use my law degree. There's been a lot of talk about what CRT is, critical race theory. I had the privilege of studying in law school with Derek Bell, who's sometimes considered the godfather of critical race theory. He didn't teach me as a white person to hate myself. He inspired me to do the work I do in practice, which is representing domestic violence survivors. He inspired me to think about the fact that the structures we have in this country benefit some more than others based on race. And to think about objecting to that being done in the name of us as white people. And to think about what we want to do about the fact that that's being done in our name. Also heard reference to activism. And I see some fellow St. Helens parishioners here tonight. And so I want to remind you, kids can't learn about activism. Well, I read my children the parable of Jesus walking in and flipping over the tables. I suspect some of my fellow Christians did as well. If that's not activism, I don't know what is. And that's a parable that can be taught very young. And finally, there's been some reference to the teaching of suspicion and resentment versus curiosity. It strikes me that the curiosity I've heard is from a student, the student who's interested in learning about different views. The board wants to make sure that teachers have various resources. And the only resentment I've heard tonight is coming from some folks who don't want, I guess, to ever have to confront the fact that our society is not perfect, that we have some work to do. So thank you again.
Binder, 404 West Dudley Ave. I'm here to talk about masks, but on this topic, I would like to say I was a teacher in Brooklyn in a very diverse neighborhood. we always, celebrated diversity in a very positive light. It was always about, festivals and dances and food, and it was never, we taught them history, and, I think children should know, wrongdoings and atrocities that happen, but if we ever spoke about another race in a negative light in any way, my principal would have never stood for that. I don't know, what I'm hearing tonight, I just feel like, they're so little. Can we do it in a positive light? Like, why would you want a child to walk away feeling bad about it? I don't know, that's my take on that, but. I wanted to just talk about the masks. I know you guys have to, go to the CDC. I'm pulling it up, I'm sorry. It's falling out, I'm doing my best. Or, really? We've been sitting for 3 hours. It's very hard to breathe in it. I really am doing my best.
It's okay, go ahead.
Do you see all the insults? Do you see this?
Please continue.
But no, when we come up here, I don't come here to get abused, from the audience, or, it's not okay. And, I would think you guys maybe could put a stop to that. 2 weeks ago we spoke, and somebody came up and they were saying people are uneducated because they oppose their views. Like, can't you just come up here and say how you feel? I'm not uneducated, I have 2 master's degrees. But I can read, even if I didn't. And I can express my opinion. And people said stuff, people said things that a lot of these people put on social media. It's just horrible. But anyway, okay. I'm just, all right. I'm here to talk, I don't know if you guys saw the American Federation of Teachers, the safety and health reopening of the schools. It was really good. It was a bunch of doctors, Ramsey Weingarten, there was an epidemiologist on there, there was another epidemiologist on there, and they basically, were just saying about different studies that maybe certain times, the CDC puts out studies and that it's not always in the favor of, it's like very political. So anyway, this one woman said, this one epidemiologist, I feel that our country's failure to do a risk-benefit analysis as well as good scientific studies of the interventions we impose upon children to mitigate one disease has created numerous additional and avoidable public health crises in our youth. I know my time is up, but she just went through the different studies and the flaws, and I think it's advantageous maybe for you guys to check it out. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Now you heard your second referral?
No?
No.
I think I have one more.
One more? Okay.
Oh.
Good evening, Ralph Benaccio, 528 Forest Avenue. It's been a pretty interesting meeting. I watched the board accept the recommendation of a committee on a book, and then spend the next 20 minutes of that time walking back its use, and how it's supposed to work and where it's supposed to be applied. I then watched the board try to say, sort of back off of some of the accountability that they might have, limited roles, et cetera. And it seems like an awful lot of work to do to get one thing to say, even in a limited role in a curriculum. And I'm not quite sure why we would spend that time. So I'm a fan of presenting alternatives to things. And since we're on the topic of diversity and inclusion, I think going forward, the hard work should have been spent on things like the board's goals. Last meeting, an amendment was proposed to the board's goals, none of the three which have anything to do with education, to expand access and the use of STEM programs and see how they can better be incorporated into the school curriculum. And since we're on the topic, I think it's very well known that science, engineering, and math programs, minorities and women are historically and still very badly underrepresented in those programs. So if we're going to talk about real efforts at diversity and inclusion, why this board would refuse to accept an amendment that relates to education, heaven forbid, that could actually be used instead of one book that not a whole lot of people seem to, even on the board, seem to be very uncomfortable with. In fact, so much work was done to try to back off it, I think members of the board weren't sure what their motion was about. I propose instead we put these individual things that, I just don't understand why this had to be such or we had to go for a particular goal when we have so many better ways to reach real diversity and inclusion by getting some of our students with greater exposure to sciences, to math. Let those students of color go on to fill the holes, the gaping holes in the field that is absolutely devoid of them. And then, when they're there, use that to inspire other students who look like them to continue to fill those holes. Let's bring 3 more up and 10 more up. Let's put the hard work in on the curricular level instead of trying to do some symbolism on a book. And I think we're all going to be much, much better served by doing that. Thank you.
Trying to carve off from way back there.
Hi, everybody. Good evening. Thank you, board members, as always, for all of your hard work and for sitting through all of our comments. I know it's a lot, no matter what side you are on. Oh, sorry. Oh, I'm sorry, Liz Mulholland, 1029 Harding Street. Sure. So I heard some comments today where it sounds like the suggestion is we can either do diversity in education training or nothing. This is patently false. Every school I know, every teacher in class is teaching language, arts, science, social studies, math. These are books that are read usually as a teacher. I can touch a former teacher. These types of books are read during language arts in the reading class. And usually you have a before lesson and an after lesson and then you move on. This has been going on forever. The one page that people seem to be grappling with, that's new, but the messaging has always been the same. 20 years ago, we had the same messaging. We would use other books. There's tons of books. It's a common conversation that's happening. This is just being a little more pointed. So I hear this constant, not constant, but somebody keeps bringing up STEM. We should do STEM. STEM was done 2 years ago. That was the focus of the district. It was a lot of new programs, a lot of new computers. That was our focus. You can't keep focusing on the same thing, especially when you're really strong in that one area. So I'm hopeful that those people, especially those running for school board, would do a little homework and know what we have offered in our programs and know what the actual curriculum of our district is. As far as policy, that's my specialty. In the state a lot. Regarding legislation, the problem with policy is it is not subjective, it is objective. And it's like trying to fit a round peg in a square hole. It's very hard because the language has to be specific and objective. We can't remove activism because that's how our country was founded. That means we can't talk about the 4th of July. That means we can't talk about Independence Day. We can talk about almost nothing, but our entire country was based on activism. So these are the kinds of things we have to think about when we hear policies and the trouble that we have dealing with approving a policy that can address a subjective issue. So thank you very much for your patience and your time, and I have to say I'm very glad that this was a much more respectful meeting than there were in the past, and I want to thank the entire community for that, because I really think everybody rose to the occasion today. Thank you.
Hi, Joanna Sexton, 109 Belmar Terrace. Okay, so a previous speaker was talking about how in order to continue with our, I can't speak, with our focus, we should start focusing on STEM. And as someone who's active participant in multiple STEM clubs, has wanted to go into engineering since I was in preschool and is still planning on doing that. I love the enthusiasm. I think it's great. There's time allocated for STEM and there's money allocated for STEM, and we would love to have funding. However, there's time allocated for literature and there's time allocated for diversity, and that is completely separate. So when people speak about focusing our efforts on STEM, that's great. We would love to have it. However, that doesn't mean that you stop focusing on issues that are present and important, because they don't just end when you start focusing on a new topic, they just get ignored. And if you want to put off an argument for a few years later, you can do that, but it's still going to be there. So I don't like the argument of focusing STEM instead of literature, because they are equally important. Thank you.
Last call. Yes, Rob, I cut you off earlier.
No, that's okay. I understand why you may have cut me off earlier, but my point was not to react to the speaker, but to go to you. You read every time before the public comment period what our policy is. And it's clear what our policy is. There's very little gray area. And when speakers continually point to, make comments about the board and board members, that's against our policy. And if there's no consequence to people repeatedly violating our policy, then what's the point of having the policy? So I think we have to figure out a way to enforce that so we can keep the purpose of that policy is to keep this meeting civil, not divisive. And if you read a very lengthy policy every time, we have to start enforcing that policy in some way. So that was my point, was not to react to the speaker, but to ask for us to figure out when it is appropriate to have that speaker no longer speak if they're violating our policy.
It wasn't related. Mine's unrelated to what Rob said, so
I just want to put on the record that the board is not obligated in any way to answer questions that are posed by residents, and therefore when they ask a question, there should be no inference of any response, yes or no, by their inaction.
I just have
just on the policy itself, 0167, which we approved for first reading tonight, does clarify and specify, and will be a clear framework going forward.
All right, about public participation.
Yes.
That's the second. Yep.
I just have a procedural question. This might be out of order, but one speaker brought up, I think, two really critically important issues, homework and the litter. And I wanted to know, I guess this is for you, do we need to have a formal motion to have that reviewed? And if so, I would like to make that motion.
Already ahead of you on that.
Okay.
I've got the homework policy up here now. We last reviewed it, or revised it in November 2015. It falls on our 6-year review cycle. We were already aware of that and are planning to review that during the first half of this year, or early January. Homework and the code of conduct are two policies which we review somewhat regularly, and when we do, we involve members of the school community in that, more so than we do with other policies, because they directly impact students and families.
And then on the litter issue?
Litter issue is a code of conduct issue. That it's already policy, it's just that there aren't really.
Yeah, and it brings me to, it's a nice segue to something that I wanted to say that I didn't say at the last meeting and I meant to, and so I made a note to myself this time, which is that for parents in the community who have concerns about either something that they're seeing or not seeing, from what their children are telling them about something in class or about something that they think should be happening at the school or shouldn't be happening at the school, it's important to follow the chain of command. Again, we kind of alluded, some of you were here before the 7 o'clock hour. There was some board training going on that was emphasizing that we as board members should always try to encourage people who have concerns or questions to start at the building level, to start with your child's teacher. If your child comes home and says, I heard something in class that sounds strange to me, and you can't quite figure out what it is from the context of what your child is telling you, then reach out to the teacher. You can certainly, you can send the Board of Ed an email, and many people do, but if it's something that's happening at the school level or in your child's class, it's best to start with the teacher and then with the principal. And I would say, and I'm sure there will be further discussion with the principal of the high school about litter and what is the reminder process for, making sure that the students know it's not just on school grounds, we're part of a community and we want our neighbors to be glad that we're neighbors with them. So again, just wanted to reiterate, chain of command. I know there was, I think, a woman who had asked that last time. She had said, if we have concerns, what do? We come here, we're looking for answers. And we'll do our best, but we are pretty removed from the day-to-day. And so we would advise, again, start there, and if you don't like what you're hearing, by all means, escalate up the chain of command. So I just wanted to say that. I also wanted to say we did have a couple comments tonight about the Edison Fields project again, reference to the letter of intent that we signed in June. It was just so that we can talk with the town council about what the plans are. We are still quite a ways away from any kind of a vote on what those plans will look like. We're definitely still hearing and absorbing input from people in the community who have concerns about that. So we hear you. It's not an agenda item because we have nothing to address yet. But we're very aware, and we are trying to, as Mike alluded in his facilities report, to sync up a little better with the town so that we have a Board of Education representative when they're meeting with neighbors as well. And then I guess just the last comment I wanted to mention about the board goals is, there's certainly an opportunity to discuss what board goals should be. But making amendments at the table is a harder way to do things than to raise an issue in advance of the meeting, to have a more fulsome discussion. A lot of what we decide as a Board of Education here at the table has huge ramifications and a lot of input from the professionals in the district, from senior administration. So it may sound like something that we could just sort of spontaneously do at the table, but without understanding the further impact of that throughout the district, people may have the wrong impression about some of the decisions that we make here. So I just wanted to clarify that. Dr. Gonzalez, do you have anything? No?
Nothing additional to add.
Okay. Any other board members have comments? Okay. All right. There's no private session tonight, correct? It did, but it didn't give you the terminology. No? All right. Then we'll make a motion to adjourn. Second. Thank you, Tara. All in favor? Aye. Okay. Thank you all for coming out.